right there. Hi, everybody. How are you, Bird Pack? How's your day today?
Oh, it's going fine. Who made your intro for you?
Missing Mod.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, she's good at that stuff. She's a AI
Yeah,
lady.
it's very professional.
We took a AI. They said it's demonic. Tell me your
It's,
advices.
that's not. Um, Demons are spirits. They're angels. They're not technology. You know,
They,
we
they,
have no biblical precedent for a spirit occupying anything other than a human being, and on one occasion, a pig.
oh, oh. But what would you do if uh, I don't know. But he also did a video about the Catholic Church.
They
He said,
don't know anything about the Catholic Church. If you're gonna make a video about something, you should know about it.
"What about?"
It's like when they try to do Bible teachings. They don't know anything about the Bible, so what are they teaching?
Oh, Spooky's here. Hi, Spooky. What you been doing all day, little guy?
Oh, mostly office work.
Uh-huh.
I'm drinking, as you will see, a Baja Blast.
Oh, from Taco Bell.
Of course. I don't even like Taco Bell. I just go for the Baja Blast.
Oh, are you sure? How you not like Taco Bell? It's Taco that's a bell.
I
Bell
mean, it's
that's
fine. I can tolerate it barely.
I just joking. Hi, asshole. He's here. Hi, how are you?
Azo, this Baja Blast is for you. I
Yep.
drink this in honor of you.
Oh, but do you think yeah
I like how
now
he calls me Carp. I love it.
uh yeah it was crazy last night. First they did a show about the Catholic Church, then they did a show about the evil satanic AI.
Yeah. They should do a show about like what the Bible actually says because they call themselves a ministry.
Uh, he said he read that. What about that part in the Bible that says that clay and clay and metal don't mix?
Yeah, it's part of a vision. Um, where clay and iron were mingled together in the feet of the great image. It's just one more example of something that they don't understand.
Oh, are you sure it's not about humanism, transhumanism?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, I'm like 98% sure.
What do you think? What is it about?
It's speaking about, well, naturally speaking, it's talking about two different kinds of government trying to work together. But spiritually, it's talking about two different minds. There's a lot to be said about it naturally and spiritually, but none of it has to do with robots.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You sure? Sure.
I'm like sure-ish.
Oh. Well, what do you think that guy they talked to the other day? Daniel.
I didn't watch that much. Is that the Orthodox guy?
Yeah, he looks
He
like a
seems nice, but he seems kind of arrogant. But I mean, maybe not. Maybe I got a bad impression of him.
yeah. He seemed like a young version of uh, Father Charles.
Ah, son Charles. We must call him Sonny Charles.
Yeah, he looks like a young version of Father Charles.
I'm gonna call him Charlie Boy.
Yeah. Uh, do you think Who identifies?
I identify as skinny, so I'm translender. that's that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Azo. Most y'all crazy left wing liberal nutbags don't have a sense of humor. I appreciate that.
Uh, do you think? What if Steve identify as you?
Oh, I don't know if he'd be that lucky in life.
Oh, uh, yeah, Steve is a funny guy. But do you think? Yeah, that was crazy last night. With that, once up, then they're going to be talking about Halloween on Halloween,
That's a good day to talk about it, I guess.
and then they say it's from Sam Hain. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, Sam Hine. It's an old Scottish tradition, if I remember correctly.
Oh, it was Irish.
Irish. Okay, I knew it was somewhere over there.
Yeah, it was about Sam Hain or something. It's
Yeah, it was called
about
Sam Hine. It was a word from over there in the British Isles.
yeah,
It's just one of those old druid things that kind of got intermingled with Christian culture as it colonized the Isles. You see that a lot with the places, especially in Northern Europe, where they already had a very strong existing religious system that was sort of based on the elements and based on nature. When the Christian missionaries began to come through, those first couple of hundred years during the transition to Christianity, you had a lot of these strange things that were created that were sort of a hybrid of the existing tradition and the new tradition. And I think if I remember correctly, I think Sam Hine was one of those.
yeah.
I'm not a
It,
scholar on this. I'm just trying to remember.
that's what I heard. It was combined with Christian holidays into becoming Halloween. The
Well, really, Christians don't really have holidays. People forget that. Like Paul the Apostle was pretty vocal against having special days of signification. There's several passages where he talks about it, and I think it's good, once a year at Christmas to think about the Lord, or at Easter to think about the Lord, to have something to bring people's attention back to Christ. That's good. But Christians don't really have holidays. Holidays are sort of an anti-Christian principle. That's one of the reasons that we don't recognize a natural Sabbath, but we recognize that the spiritual Sabbath is when you give your life to Christ and you enter into the rest of God, because even a natural Sabbath seems to be against what Paul taught.
oh oh do you think uh yeah do you think it's a sin to celebrate holidays?
No, I don't think that, but I do think that there's some problems that can go along with it if a person's not careful. Um, And there's a difference in going out and having a turkey dinner or buying a gift for someone and celebrating a special day. I mean, there is a difference. If you're out and about in December and you find something on sale, so you buy it for somebody because it's on sale for the Christmas season and you give them a gift, that's not really the same thing as spiritually recognizing a magical day, because what holidays are is they're kind of like the same thing as like the winter solstice. They're days that people believe have some special power or special signification above other days. And so letting the kids go look for eggs in the yard while you eat lunch is not the same thing as believing in a magic day and its magic powers. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having a little bit of cultural tradition that you enjoy, or decorating the house, so to speak. I'm not really into it, but there's nothing wrong with it. But there is a such thing, there's a superstitious mindset that people can enter into where they do believe that one day has some special significance above other days, and that's what Paul taught against. Yeah, that's one of the passage that Azo just quoted. There's several passages, but that is one of the passages on the subject.
Oh, do you think
That's one of the reasons that Stephen and those Hebrew guys are wrong about thinking Saturday matters.
oh, well you oh uh Big Man Mom said but do you think Stephen oh, The guy, yeah, that one guy they talked to. His name his channel's named Burden Bush.
Okay.
His bush about bush burning, I guess. What do you think?
Is that the Daniel guy?
Yeah, the Daniel guy.
I mean, like I said, he seems like a nice guy. I mean, I know a little bit about the Orthodox faith because I'm friends with Father Charles, and I also worked this kid for a while that was Orthodox, so we talked about it. Um, and they're nice people. I don't think they're any better or worse than the average person. I mean, there are obviously things in the Orthodox faith that I think are wrong, but I mean, I feel that way about most faiths. Um, Azzo, there's another passage where Paul said that you celebrate days and times and seasons and years, and I'm afraid like I wasted my time teaching you. So there are actually more than just that one, but yeah, I agree with you. That is the most significant. Um, Now, as far as Stephen believing in something, I don't think he believes in anything. I think he's an atheist and an opportunist. But there are people who really do believe that Saturday is some special day, and that is in violation of what Paul the Apostle taught.
Would you like me to ask Steven about that?
No, like I said, I don't think Stephen believes anything. I think he's an atheist, but there are people who actually do believe that.
Oh, happy Christmas to everyone.
Thank you very much.
uh, that's very early.
That's how you can tell that Spooky Bed Hair is probably British because they said Happy Christmas instead of Merry Christmas.
What about Joyful and Happy Day? Okay.
Joyful and happy.
But yeah, it was crazy last night, and Keely's he's just a likable character, and Steven he says some stuff that's funny a lot of times. He said he's a stupid man. Well, Big Bad Boy was funny. He's stupid man.
Sometimes it's a stupid
Steven's,
man.
Steven's funny. But do you think uh what would you say to Steven if you talk to him again?
I don't have much to say to him, Logan. Honestly, he's kind of obsessed with me. I pop in their channel every once in a 2 weeks or whatever just to see what they're talking about. And most of the time he's talking about me. I think he's very, very obsessed with me, like to an unhealthy degree. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say anything because I don't want to make him look any worse than he is. But it's just weird how I can pop in at random times and they just happen to be talking about me. It's really strange.
Wow.
I mean, it really is. Like, I think he has like a weird little obsession thing going on.
It's sad. You guys used to be best of friends, and
We were never really best friends. I mean, we were friends. And we did used to speak once or twice a week. So, I mean, I guess if you want to call that best friends. But yeah, I don't have much to say to him. I mean, I wish him well in life. But I don't believe he's a Christian. I don't believe he believes in anything. I think he's just a person trying to get his bills paid, and he's using Christianity as a vehicle to do that.
I see you guys as brothers. Right, Brother Pike?
I don't
Brother
believe
from
he's my
another.
brother. I don't believe he's born again.
I
Now he
see
may
you.
be my brother by foreknowledge. It may be that God is intending to save him, in which case he is my brother by foreknowledge. That may be the case, and I hope and trust that that is the case.
Oh, Claude would join us. But yeah, but I see you as a brother, Pike.
Well,
Not
you
a
are, brother Logan. That's different. And like I said, I don't really want to spend the whole show talking about Steven. I mean, honestly,
okay.
Steven is a
Sorry.
great disappoint. He's just a great disappointment to me. When I first met him, I really believed that he was a sincere person. I really believed that he was a Christian who was trying to do something good. And I realize now that none of that is true, and that he's an atheist and an opportunist, and he doesn't believe in any of this stuff. And
Sorry.
so it just makes me sad to think about him because I just, people like him, like Jesus said, they have their reward already.
Oh, guys, I found this old video back in the 2000s by this guy Bob Shurak. I think he's doing a gay access, like access guy to get with a gay demon. Is that crazy? Are you there?
Say it again,
Can't hear you.
Logan. I'm sorry. I didn't. I
Uh,
was on mute. Say it again.
uh, Here's this old video I found. I put it up about Bob something did an exorcism on gay guy to get rid of his gay demon.
Okay.
Because I guess he's gay because of demon possessed. It's
Oh, I
crazy.
might have seen that. You know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in those charismatic churches where they make a big show out of things to try to get ratings and money and stuff. And it really is sad because it's just a big show and it's a bunch of shenanigans. And anytime there really is something spiritual happening where God is dealing with people, it gets overshadowed by all the nonsense. And it just kind of it causes people to have a very bad taste in their mouth about spiritual things. And I wish that they would just leave it alone.
Yeah, it's crazy. But you know what priests they need to do some exorcism? And they show he's a Jesuit one too. This guy.
There he is.
He blesses you, my child. What about the gang's all here?
Oh God.
Sorry. Oh, here's Ken as a kid.
What in the
Ken.
world?
Yeah. And here's man, dude.
There he is.
He is a man, dude. Man, dude. Oh. See, he's a good Jesuit priest. Oh, do you think Aiden could be a Prince of Ball?
Nah, probably not.
Why that?
A priest of Baal, or I think it's pronounced Baal, but people disagree. But a priest of Baal, I don't know if he had priests actually. I know he had prophets. I remember prophets of Baal. I don't know if he had priests, but a prophet of Baal was somebody who tried to cut themselves and spill their own blood in exchange for predicting the future. And I don't think that Aiden does that.
Oh, are you sure? Aiden kind of does seem like a guy who could predict the future.
I mean, if I see Aiden, spilling his blood and trying to predict the future, I may consider that he may be a prophet of Baal. Makes a better princess.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was crazy. Uh, yeah. He said that before. It was a while ago. I asked him on the show about it again. Do you think he's a Prince of Bel? He says not sure, but that's between him and God. But he said that if he had to guess, he would say, "Yeah."
That's about all he's good for is guessing.
He says you're either you have serve only one or one of these two masters, God or the devil. I guess
That
that's it.
is true. That statement is true, but that's something that Steven should go revisit for himself and figure out which one he's serving.
But the great Achilles was there. He's very great.
Yeah, he's another one of them.
He's a crazy guy. Well, what you want to do your next show?
That I have to plan. I need to do the part 4 of the Satan series, and I am planning to do that. But I may do a separate teaching in between just to give myself a break from that series a little bit because I'm kind of overwhelmed with it. But I am going to do it. But I may do just a short teaching. And before we had started going through the gifts of the Spirit, we went through prophecy and we went through unknown tongues. And I thought about if people are interested, maybe picking another one of the gifts off that list and doing a show on it. Then kind of like rounding off all the gifts of the Spirit over time.
Oh, oh y'all have Titanic. I think he is onto something. Oh, oh no. Oh, pretty guys, pretty guys. But
Pretty good.
uh, yeah, uh, AI. I could call it Aiden insanity.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, gift of gaps. What's a gift of gaps? Do you know? Oh, he disappeared. Oh no. Our little bird pie disappeared. You couldn't answer the question. What is this about? Art structure. This is what Big Bad Mama showed me. What is it? Yes, it is. Let's do three gifts that remain faithful and love. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice of you, brother Mark. You're a good young man. We're all proud of you. You too, Basil. You're a nice young. Oh, oh, oh. We'll watch some crazy Amish guy. He's Amish now. He's an Amish looking guy. He's an Amish man living in an Amish man. Okay. Amish man living in a. Ooh! What about a very crazy video? Hoo hoo. Who's hoo hoo? Hoo hoo? Hoo hoo? Crazy Amish man. Crazy Amish man. He's just a crazy Amish man. But what about this thing about the exorcism of the gay demon?
Did you hear what he said? Yes, I heard what he said. Doesn't make any difference what he says. Does it? No! He's mine! He's been mine for years! And I'm gonna hold on to him! You'll never get him! Never! He's mine. His father.
Whoa.
He's mine. Spirit of anger.
Uh, Hi, Big Bad Mama.
Hi, Logan. How are you?
Good. What do you think of the exorcism of the gay demon?
It looked pretty funny.
Yeah, I think might have an old video of it because I remember making a video of it, putting the Exorcist song to it.
What? So, what was the history of that video?
It was by this guy Lar. He
Okay.
did exorcism on this guy, uh, for being gay. I guess he says he was gay because of a gay demon. But funny thing I
Ah,
remember is that well, this one guy said on comments, he said, "No gay demon will ever would allow his victim to come out dressed like that."
I mean, was that portrayed as being an actual real
Yeah,
encounter?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, because that was, I mean, that was acting like you wouldn't believe.
yeah. Well, it's
Mark's
crazy.
right. It was, well, Mark called it obvious acting. I called it bad acting, but it was still funny.
Yeah. Oh, here's that thing you wanted to show.
Yeah, so Achilles was talking about on the PG show that there was new evidence for Noah's Ark at the Durupinar site in Turkey.
Oh yeah, he said he
And
found. Oh, he
right,
said he.
yeah, go ahead,
Uh,
Logan.
sorry, he found a news clip about it. They said on the news.
Yeah, so he was saying, I found articles in the mainstream news about it. And so I looked at it, and he's like using sources like the Daily Mail, which is considered a tabloid. Do you know what a tabloid is?
Yeah,
Um, and Wikipedia even banned the use of Daily Mail as a reliable source for stories. So another one that was used was called the U.S. Sun, um, and it had a story about some evidence for Noah's Ark, which I'll talk about in a second. But another one of the stories that was on the U.S. Sun is showing an interview with a guy, and it's called Extraterrestrial Gives Its First TV Interview Claiming Humans Are DNA Experiments Created by Aliens Called the New. So, this is the kind of stories that these so called mainstream media, what Achilles is calling them, is also putting forward. So I just wanted to say that. Now, as far as the story goes, let's see if I have some information about it here. So what we're looking at here is, this is geologically what's happening. So if you're looking down at the top, do you see the bottom figure there? So the bottom one there. Yeah, thanks, Logan. So it looks like a boat, right?
Yeah.
So hi, Claude.
Hi,
Good to
Claude.
see you.
Hello.
So if we go to the top one, we see what's called a cross section. Now, this is what's happening if you've cut into the earth and you're looking at it from the side. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So see how the arc-shaped structure is? It's basically just folded rock that has formed, called synclines and anticlines, folds in the rock. And this is what's eroded and left over. And yes, it looks like a boat, but it's just a rock formation. It's called a plunging syncline. So I want to make that clear. Now let's see what they claim. Okay, so they're claiming that a group of archaeologists and scientists called the Mount Ararat and Noah's Ark research team. So already quite a big bias in just their name for this group. They're carrying out research on the Drupinar formation. And let's see. So supposedly they found, they gathered some samples, and they found some, I guess, organic material that dated back to 3,500 and 5,000 years ago, which these are the people that claim that these dating techniques are completely bogus. And here they are in this article claiming, yeah, okay, we've dated these, and it seems to line up with the time of Noah's Ark. And so I just want to call that out.
What you're trying to say is you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Exactly. Exactly.
Gotcha.
And they're saying, oh, yeah, we found some marine rocks up there. Well, there's marine rocks on many mountains because of tectonic uplift. I mean, there's marine rocks on top of Mount Everest due to the fact that these mountains were raised from sea level to their present location. So that's not any evidence right there. And as far as I know, we don't have any scientific paper on this that we can study. If you ask, somebody like Ken Ham has written about this site, completely denouncing it, using one of their chief creation scientists, Andrew Snelling. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's one of the big creation scientists. And Creation Ministries and Answers in Genesis have both rejected this site as being Noah's Ark. They look at it
What is
as
the site?
it's Drupinar. It's in Turkey, and it's a rock formation.
Yeah.
You've heard of it, right?
That's where they call it Mount Ararat.
Yeah, they say it is near Mount Ararat. It's kind of on a mountain. It's in a valley or near on a mountain that's close to Mount Ararat.
Is this the Ron Wyatt one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you.
From Ron Wyatt, and of course Kent Hovind believes Ron Wyatt, and then the PGs believe Kent Hovind and Ron Wyatt.
But but isn't it also true that AI is legion?
That's true.
Just want to get that on the record.
So even the so-called creation scientists are rejecting this site as being Noah's Ark. Ken Ham made the point that if Noah's Ark landed here, there would have been no trees, and they would have dismantled the ark for firewood because they would have needed that to live, basically, because they're up in the mountains. which, from a creation perspective is a good point. I just don't, I don't buy that there was an ark period. But this site was discovered back in, let me see if I have any information about it. Well, the heavy rains combined with some earthquakes exposed the formation from the surrounding mud in 1948. And a mapping mission, mapped it. And then the Archaeological Research Foundation, which included a person named Darupinar, they dug and dynamited inside the boat-shaped formation and found only soil and rocks. Their official news release concluded there were no visible archaeological remains, and the formation was a freak of nature and not man-made. So that was way back before Ron Wyatt had even visited this site. Ron Wyatt saw it, of course, and exploited it for money by convincing dupes that it was Noah's Ark. And so, yeah, this diagram just basically shows the geology of what we're looking at here.
Did he make money off of it somehow?
He wrote books.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's all I've got to say for now. If Achilles wants to come on here or something and
Chinchillies
and maybe talk about it, he's welcome to. But I'll hand the floor over to someone else. Thank you, Logan, for showing that.
I actually don't believe that the Ark is in Turkey. I don't think that that's correct. I've heard people make that case before, and I kind of agree with Mark. They're not going to find it regardless, but I've heard people make that case before. But when you read the passages, it gives the impression of like a very pronounced mountain range as opposed to an isolated mountain. And I think that anybody looking for an isolated mountain or looking for mountains that are separated by distances is not really the impression that the passages give.
But it goes even more than that. Even the technology to build a boat of that dimension, it just wasn't around in those days. Let alone a 600-year-old man or whatever building it.
Well, I'm just saying, even if somebody believes the story and they're just going on the scripture as though they think that they're a historical record, even by that measuring stick, I don't think that an isolated mountain would be a place to look.
So, Big Bad Mamba, how are you today? You recovered from the attack on you?
Oh, yeah, it took me several days to recover.
I thought so, because I said that, they said, oh, no, and I said, you don't know what's going on underneath, if you might need counseling or something,
Bed rest.
Right. Which I did. I went to a psychiatrist, and
I thought so, because I'm here to affirm
they talked
you,
me through it. Thank you.
You talked
they talked me through it, yeah.
Because I actually went on and gave them Watto last night, or yesterday, because it's in the middle of the night here, and I really gave them, oh my God, the Claude was on fire.
Did you go on their show?
It was on Mod's show, and
oh yeah, thank you, Claude.
Tim was on there, and I said there was just a disgrace, and then Tim called me a liar, and then he challenged me to produce the thing. Well, of course, I got no way of producing, but Gangster kindly played it, and everything I said turned out to be a fact. That was so good. There he was. So I like it. And of course, they kept on finding excuses, of course, but no, they said it. So poor Claude. I'm a very forgiving person. If somebody admits, hey, I got it wrong, then that's fine. But it's when they double down and triple down, as you know, with Dan, etc., then I get agitated. And I'm not nice when I'm agitated. And Stephen then tells everybody, on that original one, he all this stuff about his child support. He goes into details, and virtually admits the lot. I don't know how that was all meant to sort of play out.
Was
It
that in
was
the same
just
show they were bagging on me?
yes, yeah. Towards the
Oh,
end there, he
okay.
says, "So you look at me and you'll find that I do, and all sorts of stuff." Which is, and well, and once again, if he said, "Look, okay, if he'd said this ages ago, look, I owe this child, and that's my primary goal to fix all that up," I would say, "Hey, good on you, man." But it's not. It's him. He is the primary focus still, and his mate, Doctor, hasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'll have to watch the rest of that. I didn't get to see the end of it.
Oh yes, you'll have to watch that, but that could be worth a clip or
I have to
two.
watch it in pieces, or else it does psychological damage to me.
I thought so, and I was
Because
thinking,
I
everybody
really
else is saying,
care
oh,
what those people think
yeah,
about me.
yeah,
What do you
yeah.
think of that?
They were all
Maybe
saying
he
that,
needs an edited version for his own well-being.
The nice version.
Right.
Did you seen that video, Mr. Angry Bear?
Yes.
What did you think?
I don't give much stock in the petty guys anyway. They're just, to me, they're no different than a mob, literally. They want to throw mud at somebody. Oh, look, they don't teach the gospel over there, but I don't hear a whole lot of that going on over there, other than people screaming heretical teachings, or attacking people, or blocking people even so they can't talk.
and they hate
That's most of
Catholics for some
his
reason. Hate them,
I mean, if you've got the truth, what do you got to hide behind muting somebody? That's what I don't get.
true. That's
It's like a
the
power
videos
trip.
where they go after people are the videos where they get the most views.
Well, yeah, everybody loves a dumpster fire.
It's quite funny. One of my clips of the Big Bad Mama attack, the shorts, it's gone nearly 500 views.
Really?
Yes, and they're getting about 50. So it's just bizarre. Not all of them. I've done 3 or 4 clips, and most of them hover around the numbers that they get. But one of them has gone up to nearly 500 views, which is
That's
just
good.
bizarre. And of
Yeah, it
course,
is
people
bizarre.
don't look at it and think they're good. But Big Bad Mama, I don't know if in America in the school system you ever study literature. There's a famous book many years ago called by William Golding, and it's called Lord of the Flies, and
Oh
it's these
yeah, Lord of the
kids. Yeah,
Flies.
well, that's what it was like. When they were going up on and Stephen was leading the charge, and then
I was like
Achilles and
Piggy,
Lupin and Tim. Yeah, they were all joining in. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
stepping on my
It was
glasses, and
exactly, that's what it reminded me of. So I just immediately thought, because I'm an educated person, of course, not wishing to blow smoke up my own baton, but yes, I thought that was very good.
there was a
A
group
good
of
and
kids that got stranded on this island, and all their
yeah,
like primitive instincts come out, and they
yes,
start to bully the weaker individuals that are in the group.
yeah.
And there's one kid that has kind of a moral framework that he runs by, and he tries to
Hmm.
protect the kid that's being bullied, and they
Lord,
just overwhelm him at some
Lord of the
point. And
Flies?
what's that?
Oh, sorry, Lord of the Fries?
Lord of the Flies,
Flies,
not the
not
fries.
fries.
Oh,
You.
Or you could go over the PGs and see the Lord of the Lies, but that's the sequel.
It,
The
it was
sequel.
quite funny during the attack. Um, Gangster Ghost says, "Look, I've just changed if I might just change the topic to such and such." And Stephen says, "And I'm
I'll
just
just
going to
change it
change
back.
it right back." It is very funny.
Right.
I like. Did you hear
And then
that
I
bit?
was
I
stirring
thought,
them up from the chat itself,
chat.
because they said we know more. We know more about Jesus than we know about Julius Caesar. And so in the chat, I said, well, Julius Caesar wrote his own histories and had many historians write about him during his lifetime, and they backtracked and then said, well, he was famous. He was a famous emperor, and or
It's funny
Yeah, but
ruler.
we
on
have people
Lodge.
debating today whether Jesus is real or mythicist. So
Right.
the point is moot.
Yeah.
It was.
Most
I felt
academics
it.
will say yes, Julius Caesar did exist, if not all of them, but not all of them. Just like Richard Carrier, he's a mythicist.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm familiar with his work. But
I
there's no
felt a bit.
historian that doesn't deny that. I'm sorry, Clyde. Go ahead.
And that's right. I felt a bit mean because who's the nice lady that comes on the show? She was
Awake?
on Mod. Either Awake or who's the other one?
Dan Posey?
Terry.
Terry. Yeah, not Dan. He's not a lady.
Dan.
He's a ladies' man. He's not a lady. Anyway, so one of them, I think it was Terry. He says something like, "Oh, well, they both got the same initials. That could mean something." And I thought, it means absolutely nothing. It's just a coincidence.
Right,
so
because
I sort of knocked. I'm not
Caesar was a
title,
title, not a name for one thing.
Yeah,
I felt
the Caesar.
I felt mean.
Caesar Augustus, Caesar, Julius Caesar, on and on and on.
Right. I mean, it's where they got the word. It's where they got the word czar.
Yeah.
So poor old Claude was a bit mean. He felt a bit mean at the end of it, having knocked that back. I said, no, of course it doesn't mean anything.
Well,
where's Maud tonight? Is she coming on?
I don't know. Have you heard from her, Logan?
Maud said yesterday that she's going to Golsom. I think it might have to do with
therapy.
Not therapy. What's it called? Witnessing? Not when. What is it called when they're jury duty?
Oh, jury duty. That's right.
Oh
That's
my
right.
God!
I get out of that every time. Every chance I get, I walk in there. They're guilty. White power. You get disqualified really, really, really. And the judge even asks, "Are you being kidding? Are you?" And it's like, well, considering I know it's a crime to falsify, I'll go with white power.
Then what Homer Simpson say you're racist against all races.
Yeah, I'm medically cleared to not do jury duty because I can't sit there for hours if there was a very important case. But I mean, I live in a small county. It's not like we have murders every other day.
But Big Bad Mama.
Yeah.
What do you think of last night's show? Was crazy. First they talked about Catholic. They showed this one guy, Seventh-day Adventist guy, I think.
I didn't see that part. I just saw the part about Ron Wyatt.
Oh yeah, he
Which
talked
I think
about
they had two. They had two shows, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, I think one he talked about he saw on the news, well, clip from some news. He said
Right.
Get a clip of it, I guess.
Yeah, and so we'll see what his source is for that news because he was claiming it was like mainstream media, and when I looked it up, it was all tabloids.
Matter of fact, when you look at the flyby that they have of the so-called ark that Ron Wyatt found,
yeah,
there are other formations that are similar
exactly
to that one at different sizes, but they ignore all those.
Right. Because it's all folded rock. It's all a bunch of series of folds. So there are other structures that are similar.
And he was the only one that went down in there to see what's going on and blah, 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 blah. But yet everybody else is saying that it's a solid formation and there's no, cavern.
I want to let you into a secret, okay? You have to keep this very quiet. The clod I found on an expedition to Ireland, I found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But don't say anything, yes.
Well, we all knew you were a leprechaun.
I showed it to two other people, so there's three witnesses. So it must be true according to the Bible.
Guess who's
must
here?
Be true.
Good evening.
Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
How are you?
I'm very well. Yeah, been doing it most of my life.
Oh, that's good. You seen that one show where Big Bad Mama, they went after Big Bad Mama, the PGs?
The PGs?
The Proverb guys?
I don't know what that is.
The Proverbs guys. They went after me pretty hard on one of their shows. Called me all sorts of bad names.
Yes.
Well, to be fair, they all got their prescriptions of Viagra the same day, so that's probably why they came at you hard.
Wow. Well, I haven't put up the latest one of Dustin yet.
Right. Right. I watched that one of Dustin that you put up, and I'm like, where's the, blow up?
No, that was from a while ago.
Okay. So the one that
was
recently happened, you haven't put up yet. Okay.
Is that
That's gonna
after
be
the one that I took a clip from, or not?
No, that is the one you took the clip from.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Because that was insane. That was a meltdown.
But
But like, you watched it, Big Bad Mama. Like,
Yeah.
I answered all of his questions. Like, I don't understand that at all. But whatever. I think
all of
he's
it.
just tripping.
All of it was frustration for the fact that he wouldn't admit that he bailed from a scheduled debate that he had called for, and the debate was scheduled, and so he ended up saying, "Well, you're not worth debating anyway, and we can't have a debate." And that was just deflection from the fact that he had bailed and been called out several times for scheduling a debate, and the time was set and he just didn't show up. I was there.
Well, Mark Stoney said
Mark Stoney came in his stead, but that was just because Mark was around.
Oh,
it wasn't because Dustin got Mark to go in for him and do that. Mark just happened to Mark just graciously, and Mark, if you're in the chat, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Mark was just graciously there and said, "I'll go in and talk to Mark Reed."
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's why I called them Marks.
Well, I appreciated it. I really appreciated it. I thought that, like,
right.
That's why I wasn't sort of, it was.
You had a
like,
better discussion, frankly.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's Mark Stoney.
Well, definitely.
Yeah, but it just, like, you could see that I prepared for that. I'd put in time and energy actually doing something for it. So,
right.
I was just surprised when like, because I just assumed that Dustin got a stand-in. It happens occasionally, and it's sort of annoying. But you're like, okay, well, somebody didn't show up, but at least they sent somebody else. Like that happens all the time.
Well, Mark is corroborating. Dustin didn't ask me, he said.
Yeah, so that's even worse. Yeah, that's even worse. So, yeah.
Sorry.
Whatever.
But, I mean, your discussion with Dustin was basically, he was saying, I can use, why can't I use my deduction for God? Why? Because you're induction, I'm sorry, while you're using induction for evolution. And it's like, okay, we'll use induction for God. Give us, your specific observations. And he just had nothing.
Well, it's sort of, I mean, you can sort of appeal to induction, but usually it's only done through empirical evidence. And that was his other thing. Like, why don't I have him, like, how does Pluto have empirical evidence if we've never seen it go around the sun? And he's not, like, empirical evidence is just gathered with your senses. It doesn't have to be direct. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be, like, directly gathered. Like, for instance, we can't see a black hole, but we can see through instrumentations what's happening. Like the variable orbits of different planetary bodies and different stars, they're affected by gravity of the black hole. So just because we gather it without firsthand seeing it doesn't mean it's not empirical. It is empirical.
Right. Well, you made the good point that because we can predict that these things happen, and they always happen, these celestial events, eclipses, or what have you. And they always happen just as the scientists tell us they're going to happen.
Well, yeah, and that's basically induction. That's the inductive process.
Right.
It's like, okay, well, and one point he was talking about gravity failing, and it's like, yeah, well, when it does fail, we can say that inductively we can't rely on it anymore. But he's kind of like, well, you don't know. I think he's trying to point out the problem of induction, like Hume's classic problem of induction, but I don't think that he really understood it.
Yeah, he doesn't. And, they always, you showed that diagram of the scientific method, which was
sure
this idealized diagram, but
it was very simple.
Yeah, they always point to this thing about where's your experiment, and because it that diagram did say experiment, and I don't like that part of that diagram, frankly, because I think it's better to put test in there instead of experiment.
I agree.
Because,
like I said, it's very simplistic.
Yeah, an experiment indicates almost like a chemistry, or whereas a test can be like radiometric dating, for example, would be a test. You're testing rock. And a lot of geology is based on testing and getting results based on that testing, and not actually what I would term an experiment. So they always want to say, what's your experiment? Like that's the only thing that fits in that category.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Big Bad Mama.
Yeah. Did Claude want to say something real quick?
Yeah, you want to say something, Claude? Are you there, Claude? Oh, he disappeared.
What's up, Logan? Did you have something to say?
Where did my little Claudie go?
Did you have a question, Logan?
Yeah, I thought I made a video about. I think they probably took it. I'm not sure, a long time ago, about that thing. It was funny that here was by that video I showed you about that Bob guy doing a gay exorcism. It was crazy. What do you think?
That was pretty strange.
Yeah.
Was it? It was a gay exorcism.
Yeah, to get rid of his gay demon. I remember the person writing in the comments make a joke, say that no way he's possessed by a gay demon. No gay demon will ever allow him to dress.
We'd never allow him to dress like that.
Yeah, he'll be.
I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the people that we deal with in this community believe that homosexuality is caused by demons.
Same with sexually transmitted diseases.
Right.
Sexually transmitted demons. It's a natural thing, yes. Some people are so-called straight and some people are so-called gay, and that's just how it is. Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I sort of, something happened to my connection and it just sort of froze, and so I went off and I came on again, so... Yeah, so no, I don't think it's the only demons are these people that are trying to, force people to live lives that they don't naturally live, in my view. Now, I did see in the comments when I was just briefly off, because that someone says that Hovind wants to do something. Have a look back at a few comments. Someone is saying that Kent is wanting to use his channel to do whatever to us all. I don't know.
Boy, I think.
Well, I think he wants to stop science from being taught in schools. Like, not all science, just the science he doesn't like. Because
what he can't understand, probably. Yeah.
Right. And it was really fascinating to see Dr. Cardinal in talking with him, and he doesn't even understand the most basic terms of evolution. That was hilarious. And who's that idiot? Sam, redefine living, redefine loving.
Kept white knighting for him, or
he kept saying, "Well, come on." He said the quiet part out loud, right? Which was he said, "Come on, like." Kent is not going to know any of these technical terms that you're sort of talking about. And it's like,
which is ridiculous.
Oh dear. He wants to say how wrong it is, but he doesn't even know the basic of terms. So that's really the sort of part that they don't say out loud. Like Kent doesn't even have a high school understanding of the subject.
Yet he taught high school science for 15 years. So,
but that's not science. That's not science,
It's his main debate topic is evolution, so you would think that he would know the basics of genetic drift and that kind of thing.
I mean, come on, he's told every single person that's ever brought it up. Like, we're talking about 7, 8 times that he's going to look into ERVs.
Right.
Every single time. And he still has no idea about them. Like he just goes, oh, well, Donnie knows about that. I shouldn't have to talk about it.
He just defers to Donnie. Read Donnie's handbook on it or whatever.
Oh, Donnie's handbook is terrible. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely terrible. It doesn't explain anything. He just basically says, hey, ERVs, the endogenized retroviral code can be beneficial, therefore someone must have designed it. It's just that basic.
And I always ask him, so genetics is taught in universities worldwide. When are they going to adopt your handbook, Donnie, and start teaching that to their genetics students? And of course, there's no answer ever.
That's not. Well, he knows
a big
that
conspiracy.
He doesn't actually make any kind of argument for it, kind of thing. Like he doesn't actually have okay, well, here's how we know it's been designed. He just says, well, it's got a benefit, therefore it's designed. And I think that's a very poor argument. But I'll debate him on it. I'll happily debate him on it.
Well, I don't think he ever gets into the insertion points and the relation of the insertion points and the amount of ERVs that we share with each, that fits a cladistic model as well.
Well, he doesn't actually admit. He basically says that the ERVs that are fixed in the genotype and are beneficial are not ERVs, even though they have all the characteristics of them. They have the LTR, GAG, POL, ENV coding. They've got every single characteristic of them. And he basically says, nope, none of them are actually ERVs, even though that's exactly what they look like, and even have the scarring where what is it? Oh god, I've forgotten the word. It's like the enzyme that makes the cut in the creature's DNA. Even though that is there, he just goes, no, it's not what it looks like.
Well, he says this ERV is used for reproduction, therefore it can't be what you think it is. Like the ERV couldn't have been inserted into the genome and then acquired some sort of beneficial use for the organism, right?
I think he says that, but he's got no evidence behind it. We've got a lot of evidence that can, mostly to do with other retroviral elements that have had beneficial effects when they've been transposed into the genome. Like, for instance, even the AIDS virus, we've noticed, can be co-opted for benefit, which is crazy. Like, it actually prevents other viruses.
Oh, can I tell you?
Right.
Here's my video of Aiden as the Pope. Here's my video of Aiden as a witch.
I loved your thing as Aiden as a witch. I left a comment saying Aiden turned me into a newt. I was so happy with that comment. I felt like posting it twice.
Oh, thank you. It was funny. And I got Aiden as the Pope. Can you imagine Aiden being a Pope?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I don't think Aiden likes boys enough.
He's a crazy guy. Here's Aiden as a Pope. Yeah, I can imagine him being a Pope. The witch thing, that was funny too. That was a funny. Is this the one you talked about?
I
That was crazy.
I don't think Aiden likes little boys enough to be the Pope, quite frankly.
Oh, what about? Would you like to see a boxing match between uh, Stephen versus the Pope?
Not much into boxing, I got to admit. You know what? You know where it's at? Robot fighting. That's where I'm
Oh,
at.
I
That's
watch.
where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I watch the what do they call it? The not Robot Wars. It's whatever the new one is.
The American one, because Robot
Yeah.
Wars is the British one. Yeah, that's
No, the American
BattleBots.
one with like Tombstone and Minotaur.
Yeah, that's BattleBots. Yeah,
BattleBots. Yeah, I watch BattleBots every season.
Who's your favorite robot, Mama?
I do like Minotaur somewhat because the team from Brazil, they're very intense, and
The driver is intense.
the driver, Daniel Freitas,
holy crap,
is a very intense person, and
no
I just
joke.
like his attitude in there. The guy with Tombstone. Tombstone is beyond escape for one thing, but he's just an a-hole sometimes. He'll just go in there and you want some more, and he'll just take a robot that's already been
bad. He's not that bad.
No, but he has a robot that's already can't move anymore. He goes in there and just shreds it even more, which that ends up costing that person $10,000 probably.
Ray Billings, I believe his name
Ray
is.
Billings. He can be a kind of an arrogant jerk sometimes. That's my opinion. I like the New Zealanders actually. Is it not Icewave? No, they're New Zealand, and they wear sunglasses. They're young guys that wear sunglasses, and they come out.
Oh,
do you know who I'm talking about?
Doesn't come to mind. No.
They've been the champions once or twice.
Well, a few of my favorites, I like Voodoo Doctor just for their style.
Witch Doctor,
sorry. Yeah, Witch
Doctor,
good. Just for their style. Like that they're the best theme, I guess, but they're really hit and miss when it comes to actually winning. They're like, yeah. I love Tantrum. And the reason why I love Tantrum is Tantrum and Huge for the creativity, like the sheer creativity, like Tantrum especially. The thing about Tantrum, it's a drum spinner, so it has that drum, but it's on something that
it moves. It shuttles from the back to the front and hits with a punch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's got these little fists that
write itself, self-writing mechanism.
God.
But what they do is they basically use a really powerful motor, hit something, push them, and then they use all of the momentum of the motor going to drive their wheels and the shuttle going forward and the spin to do it punches so far above its weight class, far above, because it's like if you do boxing or any kind of martial arts, like your power comes from your legs, not from your arms, kind of thing.
Right, from your upper legs.
So, right, but it all comes from everything moving in one. So it doesn't just come from swinging your arm. It comes from your legs, your feet, your arms, all the way to the end of your fist, kind of thing. And they've used that principle to do these massive hits. And Huge just because it's ridiculous.
Endgame is the team. Endgame's awesome.
Is this video games? I don't.
BattleBots.
No, it's robot fighting. BattleBots. You've never seen BattleBots?
Fighting. Oh, I've not seen it. No.
It's interesting.
Show something. Just a short clip.
Huge is on the big wheels, right? And has the spinner in the center.
Yeah.
They're better now than they used to be. They used to get chewed up pretty bad.
I've never heard of it.
Inventiveness on it. Really?
Yeah.
BattleBots is where it's at.
Wow.
Yeah, I love BattleBots. Nobody gets hurt. It's not like a boxing match where people are pummeling each other. It's innovation and it's robots just beating the crap out of one another with spinning drums and it's interesting. And then there's the personalities of the people that created the robots, you know.
I like to see Mark Reed make a robot and have it fight. He
That
can
would be
do it.
cool.
I didn't do mechatronics. I did do integrated circuits though, so I could certainly start on the circuits, but I didn't actually do mechatronics.
I designed one on paper one time.
Okay.
Nobody
Yeah,
wanted
what
to
did you use?
invest with me.
It's just
Raspberry
lines on
Pi
paper.
or
Just lines on paper, Big Bad Mama.
It was
Sorry.
just lines on paper. That's as far as I got. Yeah.
well, sometimes when I watch it, I'm like, if they ever implement this actual stuff for warfare, I'm so scared.
Oh.
Oh, you mean what the robots are doing and make them huge?
Yeah. Or then just have them that size. You know what I mean? Like, it would be horrifying.
Miss Ma got
Missy
denied.
denied for jury duty. That's a huge surprise.
You got denied for jury duty. Yeah,
you know how they pick
you. I mean, come on.
Mm.
Oh, it's the opposing lawyer will like exclude them. You probably got excluded, which means that I mean, it can be based upon anything. There's a few criteria that they don't base it on, like race or religion and things like that, protected classifications. But they can exclude you for any reason, really.
Oh yeah,
almost any reason.
What if they skewed you for being named Mark Reed?
Maybe.
Or because they think you're Professor X.
What, you're a telepath?
Yeah.
Mama, for some reason I thought you were talking about video games because I'm not up with the play on this, but
no, I don't play video games.
I loved it when you were asking Tim outright. You say, "Do you play video games?" And we're involving shooting people. No, he said. And then you asked again, and he still said no. And then he came back later and admitted he'd lied.
He did admit he lied.
Why lie?
That was yes,
well,
he did
because
Tim.
he was. The discussion was about Halloween and why Christians don't celebrate Halloween. And, I was making a case that Halloween is so much fun and it's creative in how the kids make their costumes.
Most Christians are fine with Halloween. It's only
these aren't in our community. So,
Fundies.
And so he started bagging on horror movies. And
what's wrong with horror movies?
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with horror movies. But so I turned it on him and I say, well, do you play video games where you shoot people? And he denied it. And he denied it a couple times. And then, but you could tell that he was like hesitating and he was there was some silence there. But later on in the chat, he apologized to me for lying, which I accepted his apology because that's just, I accepted his apology. He apologized for lying. But it was interesting that he lied about it.
Is that unusual? To begin with, I had some hope for him, but I don't have hope for him anymore. He's lost all credibility. He never had much to begin with.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I really do think that if somebody owns up and says, "Hey, I told an untruth," that's I get that's at least better than fine.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it to him to own up on it and admit. It's not an easy thing for a Christian to admit they lied.
But he was so adamant about it, and he was adamant that I had lied, and then he got caught out on that too. So all I'm saying is, you can't trust the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was calling other people liars at the same time.
Yes, it was great.
Oh dear, the hypocrisy.
Oh, they're just I just can't believe. Occasionally, I'll say things like would you be proud to have Lupin or Dustin or Tim as your child? Would you think?
Logan always asked that.
I'd be very proud to have Big Bad Mama as my child, but not these other guys. God.
What about?
Would you?
Oh, well, go ahead.
What about having Logan as your father?
That'd be fun.
What?
I don't know.
As long as he doesn't talk about politics.
What about having Logan as your sex instructor?
Oh,
there you go. That made you think.
Oh, now speaking of that, that guy
Logan or Lupin?
No, the
Oh
big,
God, not Lupin. I
the
mean,
guy
what's
that
he going to
eats
teach her? How to share fish with your partner?
Brett Keane has put up another video, despite saying he was never going to do one again, unless Trump wins the
come
election.
on, it's Brett
Yes.
Keane. Come on,
He
it's
always
Brett.
he always
always
does
has said that.
And then he has a crack
changed
at
from
Hogan.
atheist to Christian like 50 times. Like, it's Brett. He's kind of, that's just what he's like. I don't have a problem with him. He's fine. It's just, you
I've
have
gone
to
in
take
his show a
everything he
couple
says.
times.
Yeah, just take everything he says with a bit of grain of salt. You'll be right.
I mean, I love that period where he was supporting Hovind and Matt Powell, and then he wasn't supporting them, and he would just go off on them, and then he was supporting them again, and that was just so interesting, that period of time.
I'll just say the man is not afraid to change his mind. I'll just put it that way.
Except I don't believe it. I think that it's all part of a...
Right.
I don't know people's minds.
I think he's been a Christian for a long time now, so...
Yeah.
But he does fluctuate between Hovind and not Hovind. So.
He claims to be an old Earth creationist.
That reminds me, I got to dig out my Hovind wig.
Are you going to do another stream with it, or for Halloween?
Not a Hovind stream. Not a Hovind stream. It's something else that I'm working on at the moment. So I've got a project that I'm working on.
Oh, you should know people's mind. You're Professor X.
Well, I'd love to, but no. I'm discount Australian Professor X. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. We forgive you. Oh, is it true you put the shrimp on the Barbie?
No, we don't have shrimp, Logan.
Oh.
What's this
insensitive?
Mark, what's this bunyip thing that's going around?
Oh, so a bunyip's like a monster that hides in billabongs. So it's kind of just a monstrous creature.
Like a Sasquatch, kind of?
Well, the Yowie is the Sasquatch. That's the hairy one. A bunyip's more like I don't know, like a lagoon-dwelling kangaroo kind of thing, like an evil kangaroo that dwells in the thing. It's kind of indescribable, really, because it's just supposed to be really, really ugly. Hell, it might be Lupin. We don't know. I think it might be Lupin. I got to admit. Look, I got to stop picking on Lupin. I said I would. So I really got to stop that. Has Lupin been picking on people again? Has he still been a jerk to people?
He is, but he's incapable of doing a good job at it.
He's mellowed out a little bit, I think.
Oh, good. All right. Well, I'll stop picking on him then. So I don't want to pick on him.
I mean, he hasn't done anything really inflammatory like he used to do. His dad had to sit him down and talk to him. I don't know if you heard that story.
No.
So
I've heard no story. Come on, you know me. I've not heard anything.
Well, this one's a good one. Lupin came on Missing Maud's show and put a gun to his head. Now, he claimed it was a gun that was taken apart, but it was a gun, and he put it to his head. And his dad heard about it. Yeah, people were freaked out about it. And his dad heard about it. And his dad is this character named Hip Hop who used to appear on the PGs, the Proverbs Guys channel. And
sorry, did you say Hip Hop? Is that his real name, or is that just a?
Well, no, that's his name, YouTube name. His
Avatar.
YouTube name.
His handle, his tag.
So he read Lupin the Riot Act about that, and so Lupin came on to either Gigi's show or Missing Maud's show and basically apologized for acting like that and saying that he was going to tone down his actions. And I don't know exactly, but he did come on. Was that on your show, Gigi, or Missing Maud's? Logan, are you there?
Gigi.
Anyway, Logan's probably on another stream. Sometimes he's on two streams at once.
Yeah.
This is why you guys really need registration of firearms, and to, the whole idea of Lupin owning a firearm is fucking horrifying, quite frankly.
Yeah. I mean, we need
actually,
mental health. We need mental health checks.
The idea of most of the Proverbs guys owning firearms is fucking horrifying.
Yeah. Well, because they're end times people too, and so you mix firearms with a doomsday personality, and it's a bad combination.
Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with you.
And those guys are they're not just like gun owners, but they're gun, Asho is a gun owner too, but he's an atheist. We trust him more. Asho, are you there? But yeah, I do not. Lupin had some, 10 guns on his bed or something that he was showing. Why are these guys constantly trying to take things away from everyone? See, that's how I read Missing Mod's messages. They think that's like the big scare tactic is it was Obama was going to take all the guns away. And of course, that never happens. And nobody ever says it's going to happen.
Well, I don't think that you should take guns away, but you certainly should take them out of the hands of people who aren't stable enough to own them.
You just shouldn't sell them to. Yeah, you shouldn't sell them to people who have mental health issues.
Or felony records of using guns to commit crimes. That might be a really good idea as well.
Right. Oh, Missing Mod.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, Mod. Come on. I can't read.
Come on, Mod. Hi, Peter.
What is Mod saying?
She's saying, "Come take my gun, and you'll see what you get. Face full of lead."
Peter, actually, now that you're I've got a new project coming. If you want to see my the start of the board for
it. The what?
Well, my wife and I are doing an actual board for the project board.
What's happened to my?
What is it about?
I might keep that close to my chest for the moment, but
okay.
But I can give you access to the board with everything on
it. Anything I can do to help? You need
maybe.
Anything?
Maybe.
Ooh.
Like an intro graphic for it would be insanely amazing.
That's a given. That's always a possibility.
I'll draw you a picture.
Well, see what you think first. I'll get you a link and see what you think first. Just check it out. We're probably going to start shooting next week, doing the recording next week and then editing will follow. But I'll send it over and check it out and see if you
send it to me on Discord. I'll check it out.
Yeah, we'll do.
I just made a new intro for Arn Ra, and now people are on my channel saying, "Is Arn Ra going to run for president?" No.
Oh, nice.
No.
Oh, I would vote for Aaron Ra for president. Quite frankly, I would vote for that.
I think he couldn't do worse than the candidates that are up now, but.
Oh, Aiden.
Well, he could, but he's not going to.
Aiden, are you there?
I think just not having a person in at all is better than the candidates. I didn't say that.
Yeah, guys, the host of the show has been trying to say something for 3 minutes now.
The host of the show is asking you to say something. You didn't say anything.
Right. No, he's asking. Right. He's saying something to me, and you guys are overtalking him.
He said, "Are you there?" And you didn't.
Are you there? And it's silence. So why should we continue the conversation?
No, he asked.
To talk.
He's tried saying something on 3 or 4 separate occasions, and you guys kept talking anyway. But anyway,
yes, well, you didn't say.
What's
anything.
Up, Gangster Ghost? He asked me. He asked if I was there once, and I didn't say something for 3 seconds. Peter, all right.
Yeah, but we're fast like that. We like to keep the conversation moving.
I see. So the other 4 times that he said something and you talked over him.
Okay, quit bickering. My God.
What do you think of last night's show?
What happened on last night's show?
And earlier about the AI being witchcraft. I call it Aiden intelligence.
Yeah, didn't they they showed some like demonic stuff on there, and they're like, oh look, there's like orthodox
Wait.
symbology or something being used, and it's like, yeah,
Wait.
the AI takes it's an image composition program, so it takes a bunch of pre-existing images.
Demonic stuff. Hold on, go back. They showed demonic stuff. That's a first.
I'm impressed. It took 3 whole sentences before Peter interrupted. That was pretty good.
I mean, yeah, I'm stoked. They showed actual demonic stuff.
Well, the last demonic thing I saw was basically somebody like coughing into the frigging microphone and saying that they couldn't be saved, and it was so lame and terrible. I'm honestly thinking of showing it because it was actually so bad and cringy. It was hilarious, just hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen any demonic stuff, so I'd be thrilled to see that.
You haven't seen any sexually transmitted demons?
Aiden, is it true what they say that you could be a prophet of Baal?
I haven't had that. I'm doing a job interview today, but it's not for that.
Oh, okay.
Going to be prophet of very small ball.
Aiden, is it true that you profit from your balls?
Yeah.
You'd have to ask Brianna that one.
Who's Brianna?
Well, if you don't know, then that's not my problem. No, she's my fiance.
Brianna is the better half in the relationship, Mark.
You're not even a half of a relationship, Peter. You're like what at this point? You're like the better 17th of your relationship, or whatever.
I'm only a third. I'm only a third, and I'm probably the worst. So, and that's me saying that.
I thought the Tucker harem had grown since then. Sorry.
Oh,
no.
What do you think of that one video of them taking on that Daniel guy? The Orthodox guy? They had earlier the day, I think the other day. Yeah, what do you think of that? He's from he kind of reminded me of like a young...
is very real and definitely not an AI generated voice.
Oh no.
And I need to retool that.
But this guy, Daniel?
Brianna?
Brianna? Is that Brianna?
Is Brianna real, or is that just an AI image?
Yes, she is real.
I do have a question. Can I ask a question? Because I actually joined because Big Bad Mama was talking about the arc in Turkey, Ron Wyatt's arc.
Drupana?
Oh, the big lump of limonite.
That's the one.
So it's not actually a rock formation. It's a landslide, which is why it's in the shape of a boat.
No, it's a plunging syncline. It's a folded rock.
Yeah. It is a folded rock. Yeah.
In fact, I gave Logan the geologic cross section for it. He could show it if he's got it still.
Yeah.
Was it limonite or hematite? I forget.
Yeah, limonite. It was very good, Aiden. Yeah. It's limonite.
A lemonade rock.
These atheists are saying that the Ark of the Covenant ain't made of nothing but lemonade.
I'm just curious because
Achilles was claiming that
both arcs.
I'm going to talk over everybody else as well.
Achilles was claiming that it was
do that anyway?
In the news recently, and in mainstream news. And so I looked it up, and it's like in the Daily Express and the U.S. Sun and these tabloids where they have alien stories and that kind of thing. So there you can see the top part of that, the cross section of what the formation really is.
I'm really sorry. I had a link to an interview that was given on national TV in the US Did you know that Ron Wyatt actually brought back a piece of wood from that ark?
Well, he claimed to.
And then a few months after he presented that to the entire Christian community, an atheist from Turkey gave an interview to on television as to how he made that piece of wood that he gave to Ron Wyatt, claiming that it was a piece of the ark. It's actually part of a railroad tie, and I think he used chicken shit and coffee to age it.
To age it.
So,
About to give you trouble for cursing on Gangster Ghost Show 2 now, Peter.
Chicken poop, sorry.
With him and those dinosaur carvings from
the Inca stones?
The Inca stones. Because they sort of said, hey, I think they aged those with chicken manure kind of thing, which was hilarious.
Yes.
And you look at these Inca stones, and they are the worst. Like, they're so obviously fake, just obviously.
The images are taken after a plastic dinosaur set from the time of when the first ones surfaced. I think it was in the 70s somewhere. There was a very popular dinosaur play set, and they took the images from that play set to carve into the Ica stones. And then it became progressively worse because there are Ica stones where there are depictions of brain surgery and rockets and all kinds of stuff. It's not just dinosaurs.
Peter, I seen Steven on his Facebook have a thing where he showed he had part of the ark, Mrs. Noah's finger, and do you know the other stuff? Big Bad Mama and Peter?
Where the ark was found, they also claim to have a giant skeleton, which is supposedly Noah's wife. I think she's 12 foot tall.
Noah's wife was a big bitch.
There's a stone house, wow. And they have her finger. They have Noah's wife's finger, which is this massive, like a 12-inch finger. And there's supposed a carving, like maybe a petroglyph on a rock, showing 7 crosses and a rainbow. And all this stuff that nobody's ever seen.
That's on the and I forgot what they're called. So they're huge rocks that they hang over the side of a boat to stabilize it.
The drogue stones.
The drogue stones. And on one of the drogue stones, there's an inscription with the crosses.
So the interesting
which obviously didn't exist in fucking the Old Testament. So it's kind of like. What?
Well, Well, they did find actual drogue stones there that were ancient stones, but the thing is
they carved out of a local.
They came from local rock and not from Mesopotamia. And there's very little volcanic rock in Mesopotamia, so they were locally carved. A fact that these people conveniently leave out.
But Big Bad Mama, what you forget in this whole story is that those were the new drogue stones because Noah had to ditch the old ones before the ark landed on the mountains of Ararat, and then he had to make new ones because he didn't know whether or not the flood would be coming up. So just to be safe, they made new ones.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I did forget about that.
To get the rock.
Again, Mark?
How did he get to the bottom of the ocean to get the rock? You said he made new ones before.
Yeah, when he landed. No, he made new ones when he landed in Turkey. That's why the new ones are from a local quarry.
Did he eat a lot of turkey?
I mean, so drogue stones are used for ballast. They're used for weighting. So if he landed the ark and he wouldn't be using the ark anymore, why bother?
Yeah, it's also this one is so obviously fake, and what I don't get is that Hovind hasn't gone with the new ark that was recently found, the one that Otangelo is peddling.
I know that one. I debated him on that one. I can't remember the name of it.
Is this the one that was the movie set, or?
No, it's what
it
from what?
Cabin,
well, it's a pretty large building. It was it's kind of a military building to an observation plateau or something like that.
Yeah, I know the one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was made for an actual film, and people now believe that it's Noah's Ark. Some people.
I've heard of that one too, but that's a different one. This one is covered in ice, and they've been inside. There are several documentaries about it. And
Big Bad Mama, you're thinking of the second head of John the Baptist. We're talking about the third head of John the Baptist. Come on.
Right. Gotcha.
No, so there have been several documentaries, and when you look up the people who made those documentaries, it's obvious that the whole thing is a fake. I mean, it's like these people that they're like I don't know if you know any of those. There was used to be a show, I think it was on Discovery, about paranormal stuff and aliens, and they would always start off, today we've got a great find, and then you would watch an hour and a half, and then at the end there was still nothing because it was just hearsay and rumors.
Just sounds like Ancient Aliens to me.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing.
Ancient astronaut theorists believe.
No, they at least had some stuff that they pretended were aliens. I mean, there was the South American carvings of a king who looked like he was an astronaut in a rocket.
That whole show existed just to pimp the book Chariot of the Gods. I promise you, because every single episode of Ancient Aliens would always have that book featured at least one point or another. So I swear that entire show existed.
There was a
movie. Eric von Däniken was the one who started the whole thing.
I can't hear a fucking thing.
Well, I turned the thing off because the music. I'll probably get a copy thing, but
I don't think you turned the music off.
You didn't turn the music off because the music was blasting.
Yeah, the music is extremely loud.
It's still playing the music, Logan.
Yeah, DD, the music is still playing.
I can't hear anything, like seriously.
DD.
Yeah.
Pause! Logan!
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say
the music's still playing.
The site that you were talking about was the NAMI site.
How do you spell it?
NAMI. It's the Noah's Ark Ministries International site, and it was like a wooden structure up a hill that was in the ice kind of thing, and that's the one that Otangelo believes in because I debated him on it.
In the debate that you had with Otangelo about that, did he actually say something? Because he debated that earlier. And I think it's the best debate Otangelo has ever done because he didn't say a single word during the entire debate. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think he said very much. But apparently within days of the NAMI...
GG.
Kill the music.
I'm going to go off this. I can't.
Sorry about that, Mark. Sorry.
So within days of the announcement that NAMI did, Randall Price, who had consulted them in 2008, came forward with allegations that they hired Kurdish workers to construct the site using wood from an old structure near the Black Sea.
Oh. But, guys, Aiden, what do you think of
it was a movie set, right?
I'm listening, GG.
What do you think of that? I made a Pope video of you.
That was very funny, Gangster Ghost. That was very funny.
I even made a
video
of Stephen boxing the Pope.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that was a good one, Logan. One of them got like 300 views or something.
Yeah, I think that's the one where they're boxing the Pope.
Yeah.
Wicked witch.
Look at
DJ, the music. There we go. You did the music. There we go.
Aiden is a witch.
That's true. That's true. Mark said that just listen to Brett Keen's show. He said Hovind called him to do a show to defend himself against me. I haven't done any Hovind material in how long? And he follows it up by saying, I don't know. Oh, come on, Restream. Of course you're going to lag right now while I'm trying to scroll back up to the original comment. He follows it up basically by saying, I haven't done any Kent content in a long time, and he doesn't know why Kent would do such a thing. I don't think it's legit. I think that Brett is just making that up in order to try and drum up some views and attention.
Totally. Kent is not in contact with Brett Keen.
No, God, no. And Kent wouldn't reach out to Brett Keen in order to try and facilitate some, I need to go defend myself against Mark Stoney. It's just a bunch of crap. He's just baiting for views.
Logan.
You got the music on again, GG.
Logan, if you share without sound, then you don't have to mute the thing every single time. Because it's blasting.
Yeah, it's super loud.
It's too loud for me.
If you exit the share screen, Gangster Ghost, and you share screen again, but you make sure to click the share audio tab off, then you should be good to go. Oh my gosh, it's so laggy on my phone, I can't even tell what's going on.
You have a phone?
I do have a phone, it's true. I am a denizen of the 21st century.
But Aiden,
that's a devil's device.
That's a video of you as the ball print.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty funny.
Where did Big Bad Mama go?
Oh. They had enough. They're putting their foot down. Thanks, Gangster Ghost. I have to go. That's right. They've had enough. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I think that you guys were talking about guns earlier on the show, and I find it really funny because guns are one of those topics in America that if you talk about regulating any other industry in America whatsoever, people don't act like you want to ban that industry, but they do with guns. It's like, I want to regulate cars. I want to make sure that you have to own a piece of paper that says that you're qualified to be able to drive this thing around. And until you have this piece of paper, you're going to get in legal trouble if you're caught driving this giant hunk of metal around on the road. People aren't typically going to go, you're just trying to ban all cars, aren't you? But for some reason, when it comes to guns, any kind of move towards regulation of them immediately is met with, oh, you're just trying to ban all guns, aren't you, liberal? It's not how it works. It's not how it works.
The best and funniest arguments made for gun control was Jim Jeffries. His thing on gun control was it was spot on. Absolutely spot on.
Yeah. I'd have to see it. Insofar as, like, I think one of the most classic arguments from pro-gun people is that registration leads to confiscation, is the thing that they say. And it's like, yeah, if people register their guns and they're found to have been mentally unstable, or they're found to have committed a felony in the past, or they're found to have done something that provably shows that they should not be entitled to own a firearm, yeah, they probably should have their guns taken away, right? Like, I'm sure that the moment that driver's licenses became a thing, a bunch of people got taken off the road because they weren't competent enough to be able to drive anymore. But that's actually a good thing, I would argue.
Well, the government here did a buyback scheme, so they basically bought the guns off everybody. That's what they did. They bought the guns. They didn't just say, hey, you've got to turn in your guns if you're not going to have a license for one. They're like, well, if you're unlicensed, you hand it in past this date, it's illegal to have.
Cars are driven on government roads, totally different. Oh, I didn't realize you were a gunsmith, Missing Mod. I didn't realize you were manufacturing all of your
Cars
weapons at
are
home.
driven
No.
on public roads. Like, so do you think that the guns aren't taken into public?
Yeah, if you take your gun outside, aren't you on public roads? Just curious. By the way,
Everyone
I had a
has
look,
some.
Mark. I think that's an awesome topic, and I'm curious. I'm not going to divulge the animal. I think the animal that you have a picture of there used to belong to a friend of mine.
Used to belong to a friend of yours.
Yep.
Okay, well, I don't know what that means, but
Follow it all the way to the end of the road, Aiden. Well, I mean,
I'm not
I'm
sure
following it to the end of the road in terms of vehicle licensure, Missing Mod. Like, vehicles are licensed, vehicles are regulated within the United States, and yet for some reason everybody's still allowed to drive a vehicle as long as you can prove that you're competent enough to drive it. Everybody hasn't had their cars taken away, so why hasn't that been followed to the end of the road?
Oh, guys, what do you think of this? This is a new Matt Powell video about how video games multiply your brain.
Yeah, I would just strongly advise people to not even give that time because it's a Matt Powell video.
Oh, come on! Can't I do it for fundamentalist fails?
I can honestly say that I'm not biased against Matt Powell because I did agree with him and I hate him for it when he made the video about Steven Anderson. I agreed with basically everything he said in that video, which is
but it's crazy because I agreed with what Steven Anderson said about Hovind's lunar bukkake theory.
Yeah, me too. So it's weird. We're in some kind of weird time lapse, Mark, where things are not as they seem, and we can't make heads or tails of things anymore.
Bizarro land. You've got felons running for president. You've got, spouse and child beaters making salient points. What's going on?
I love how the felon who is running for president pretended to be working at McDonald's, and then someone posted the sign outside that McDonald's would be closed because Donald Trump was going to visit. So he didn't actually work. It was just a staged photo op. And then people started posting pictures of him in the drive-through with a speech balloon. Do you want lies with that?
Nice.
And so that's a running gag on Twitter right now. Do you want lies with that?
I'm amazed that the fries made it to the people at all, quite frankly. I expected him to just stuff them in his mouth halfway through, kind of.
Yeah.
But he's like, oh, they don't use their hands. Isn't that great? And it's just like, why would they use their hands? That's so gross.
As says, driving is a privilege not given. Well, just like with guns, all right? If you mess up as a driver,
should be a privilege. Guns should be a privilege, not a right.
If you mess up as a driver and you show that you're not competent enough, then you get your license taken away, and the same is true for your right, quote unquote, to bear arms in America. If it's a right in the way that that's established, then you shouldn't have any context in which that's taken away, and yet felons have their guns confiscated.
Aiden, why is it that people only keep repeating the right to bear arms and then forget about what the rest of the amendment says?
Within the context of a well-regulated militia.
Well-regulated militia.
Yeah, let's not forget about the fact that the Second Amendment was kept in place the way that it was in order to arm white slave owners in the paranoia that a massive slave rebellion was going to overtake the country. So, that's the reason why the Second Amendment was kept in place and wasn't ever amended the way that it ought to have. Because surely in the day and age where the most advanced weapon on the face of the planet is a Kentucky rifle, the law that exists to govern that shouldn't be amended.
Also, did you know that in the Trump Bible, the part about slavery has been omitted in where he has the Constitution and the Bill of Rights? he left out, I think, 11 to 17 of the Bill of Rights. One of them is slavery. Yay! That's going to be permitted again when Trump wins. Isn't that great? Make America great again.
Azzo says, why is it non-Americans have an opinion about guns in the States? Well, for one, Azzo, it's because you guys per capita own more guns than anybody else on the planet, like far and away. There's more guns than people in the United States. And for two, I kind of live right above you guys, and I just so happen to live right below like the largest undefended border on the planet. All right, so also, the idea that, well, just let me finish, Peter. The idea that I'm living right below this giant ocean of firearms, a whole bunch of them are unregistered, a whole bunch of them have no traceability whatsoever. Yeah, I think I have the right to have a bit of cause for concern as far as that's concerned. You remember the story about the gun that my one friend acquired? I told this story on one of these shows, and that gun came from the States. That gun was transported over the border illegally with no registration whatsoever. So yeah, I think I have the right to kind of raise a finger in concern over that.
I have a better explanation, Aiden. We've got 3 foreigners from 3 different continents right here talking about American gun laws. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I need your guys' input on this. Aren't we all living in countries where guns aren't the number 1 cause of death for kids?
Correct.
Just curious.
Correct. Yeah, in my country, for some reason, school shootings don't happen every other week.
The number 1 cause for kids in America is shooting, which is horrifying. There have been kids killed in kindergartens with guns. Okay, so, and plus I come from a country where we used to have a lot of mass shootings.
Also, why don't you come into the room and instead of sitting in the comments? But
Mark,
you're talking about illegal guns like Canucks don't have illegal guns. Yeah, where did those guns come from, Azzo? That's what I'm asking you.
Hold on. Mark made a good point. So, Mark, what did you guys do exactly to end the mass shootings?
We did a buyback scheme and heavily regulated any guns, including a ban on assault weapons.
Oh, and did that work?
Yes.
Funny, right? Funny.
In the decades before the Port Arthur massacre, which was the really big one, there was something like averaging, I think, sort of 1 mass shooting every year or so, I think, or 2 years. Since we passed that legislation, there has not been a mass shooting since. Call it a coincidence.
So what you're saying is they took away the guns of all the good guys with guns, and still the mass shootings went down and weren't prevented by good guys with guns. Is insane.
As a matter of fact, there's been scenarios where quote-unquote good guys with guns end up shooting other good guys with guns. Because it turns out when you don't have police training and you're not like actually trained to handle these situations under pressure, people tend to panic. And they tend not to like evaluate situations objectively and just tend to like shoot at the first person who's holding a gun in their vicinity.
Hold on, Aiden. It's not just police training. Remember Uvalde, where they stood outside and waited until the shooting was done, and then they went in? The good guys with guns?
Yeah. Those brave Uvalde heroes.
Yeah.
I need to tell you, it's not a gun going by Steven words, it's a boom boom stick.
Oh, I see.
Remember that when he said it's a boom boom stick? It's just so funny.
Hey, I went to the store and left my gun on the bed, and I got home. Guess what? The gun didn't kill anyone while I was gone. What a stupid argument. I hate this argument from people like, guns don't kill people, people kill people. You realize it's a double-ended thing, right? You realize a person without a gun can't shoot somebody, and a gun without a person can't, right? Like, it's a two-way street. The argument that's being made isn't that people shouldn't have access to guns. The argument that's being made is that there should be regulations regulations in place such that people should be able to prove that they're capable of owning a gun responsibly and handling it responsibly. That's all that's being said.
Statistically, if you
Aiden,
have
have
a
you
gun in
ever-
your house, hang on a sec. Statistically, if you have a gun in your house, you are more likely to shoot a family member than you are to shoot a criminal. Think about that for a second.
And also, Aiden, if you come across someone who is pro guns, ask them how many good guys with a gun they know that have stopped a mass shooting. So far, I've asked several people, and I'm still at 0.
Aiden, would you like to have a debate, discussion with one-on-one discussion with Azel, like a bit of a debate between you versus Azel?
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind whatsoever, but he just keeps spamming FFS in the chat, like not actually addressing any of the arguments really being made whatsoever, just throwing his hands up in exacerbation.
Oh. Well, that's not an argument, so that's just sort of going, like, you've got to actually come back and say why it's a bad idea. Like, why all of these countries have implemented sort of regulations and have seen a marked decrease in the amount of shootings that's occurred, and say why that's a bad idea. Because the way it currently stands, it's harder to get a driver's license than it is to get a gun.
There's gun show loopholes in the United States that exist so that even if you are somebody that really ought not be owning a gun at all whatsoever, you can still go to a gun show and you can still do a straw purchase without any kind of actual documentation really being exchanged whatsoever. You can do private purchases among family members with no documentation. There's plenty of ways in America that you can legally procure a firearm with little to no paperwork actually changing hands whatsoever. And that's cause for concern. In the same way that it would be for cars, all right? The point about cars isn't whether they're driving on government roads. The point of a car being used in this example is that a car, much like a gun, is not an inherently deadly thing. It can become a very deadly thing if it's improperly used, and that's why there's regulations that exist governing whether or not people are able to get behind those machines, because if they're improperly operated, a lot of people end up dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if we had a car driven by a teenager run over 20, 30 other teenagers, and there was no registration for the car, and we don't know how they got hold of the car, we would want there to be a registration and licensing process before that person gets to drive around a car. Why not guns? I have no idea what the argument against that is. But yeah, you're right. People just go, oh, but you can't take away my right to a gun. That's like, of course we can.
Hold on.
I mean, Americans get their right to bear arms taken away every day. Felons are not allowed to bear arms. So plenty of Americans don't have this right, quote unquote.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I want to address one thing and then you can go back to the guns. Christian Pike, I will debate you on the validity of the holy water in Lourdes. So get on here. I'll debate you.
Lourdes?
Like,
he says I'll debate everyone because they're ignoring me. I'm not ignoring Christian Pike. I am acknowledging Christian Pike, and I will debate
I thought you were setting up a real debate, and I was so sad because I'd be like, I'll moderate. I'm there. I'm right there.
And Christian is still going to be on my channel. We still have to pick a day because Christian can't make the we have a regular day for the show, which is Thursday, and Christian can't make it. So,
oh, you coward, Christian!
How many people have been mass attacked?
He says he's working, and I'm making the signs with my fingers now. Working.
Isn't he a pastor? They don't work. What are you talking about?
He does construction and stuff too. But yeah,
I thought he was an author. He
wears many hats. He's a man that wears many hats.
I mean, I don't care what hat he wears when he comes on my show. He can come bareheaded for all I care.
What if he wears a MAGA hat on your show?
Oh yeah, that's.
I think I can deal with that because I'm pretty sure that I'm good enough with OBS to make sure that that's blurred out the entire time.
And I've had training all my life. As though you've not had the same kind of training that a police officer or a soldier or somebody that's actually subjected to a combat scenario
fine.
gets.
Then you can go do a test, get a license, and be subject to regulations around it. Look,
I mean, that's a good point as well. That's a good point.
It's like
police
saying,
training in the US is 2 weeks.
So hang on, it's like
weeks.
saying, hang on. So it's like saying, I've been driving all my life, so I shouldn't have to have a driver's license. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the point that was made by Bond earlier was driving isn't a right. And you know what? Neither is guns in the way that you're trying to make it sound like. Because when people say right to bear arms, it's a right. It's not a right in the way that free speech is a right, all right? Some people don't lose their access to free speech once they've committed a crime in America. You still get the right to speak freely. You still get the right to assemble. You still get all of these other rights that are enshrined to you, whether or not you're a criminal. But for some reason, you lose the right to bear arms once you're a criminal in the United States. I wonder why that's the case. It's almost like it's not treated the same.
Aiden, I think you will find that if you use your right to free speech and you're making death threats to someone on social media, you'll find yourself in prison quite fast.
Sure, but I'm talking about the fact that in prison and out of prison after the fact, you don't lose the right to be able to freely express yourself. It's not like if you say, oh man, I really do hate the president before you go to jail for that you're no longer allowed to say that once you're out of jail. That's the point that I'm making. There's not an equivalent there with guns. With guns, you're allowed to own one until you become a criminal, and then you are you're totally disallowed from owning one anymore after the fact. It's a criminal act just to possess a gun at that point. The same is not true for freedom of speech. The same is not true for the right to assemble. There's plenty of rights in America that do not have that same equivalent. So it's not the same.
Religion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same at all. So whenever people say that it's a right in the most like loosely interpreted form of the word right. Otherwise, you'd still be able to own one even after you're out of prison.
And you know, it shouldn't be a right anyway. If you're a driver and you're a terrible driver and you commit like lots of infractions, then fuck you. You shouldn't be driving a car. You've given up that privilege. It should be.
As it's just getting salty in the chat at this point. Aiden has solved world hunger and cancer. What will he defeat next? That's a really good argument, Azo.
You do realize this worked in Australia, Azo. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. It worked in Australia. Look, go listen to Jim Jeffries and his like gun control stand-up because he actually makes really good points.
That is a must watch.
Mod said she'll go on if Azo will go on. Come on, Mod. If this is such a good argument, like if it's just so obvious, why do you need backup? Why are you guys sitting here sniping in the chat? Just come on the show.
Oh, keyboard warriors. Yeah, I got to go to bed anyway. Maybe they just don't want to.
Thank you for joining, Mark.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it was interesting. Although, you know, debates on gun control and death penalty are ones that I really want to do, and nobody wants to do them. Like, not even modern day debate will do gun control. It's such an unpopular topic kind of thing, and I don't understand why. I have no idea why. I think it just doesn't get viewers. I think that people don't watch it, and I don't know why. It's really weird.
Mark, I have a question before you go. Your time, is that closer to Brisbane, Perth, or Sydney?
Perth. I'm in Perth.
You're in Perth?
Yeah.
Okay. You're in the same city as the Bad Piper. I did not know that.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who that is? So go on YouTube and type in Bad Piper Australia's Got Talent.
Snowflakes.
I was friends with this guy for a long time until he had some serious problems, and then
I've seen him in the city. Yeah, I don't know him, but I've seen him around.
Flame-throwing bagpipe. I mean, that guy's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the time. So it's now about 2 a.m. where you are?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to hit you up anywhere between, let's say, 9 and 11 p.m., would that work for you?
9
if
and
I hit
11.
Yeah, if I hit you up on Discord so we can have a chat on about what you need for your project.
Yeah, sure. No problem at all. Absolutely.
Okay. I will do that later this week.
Oh, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks, Peter. That's awesome.
Anytime.
All right.
As I said, I love the title of the project, so I need to know more about it.
Yeah, I can fill you in. It's no problem.
Okay.
Bond says, a felon in my state gets the right back to own a firearm after a few years. You don't lose it forever. Once again, still not equivalent to any of the other rights enumerated to you in the Bill of Rights, all right? Like, you still have...
Also not smart.
You still instantly get access to your free speech back, and you never lose it, as a matter of fact, even while you're in prison. You never really technically lose the right to assemble while you're in prison. You can still do that through informal means. You can do a letter writing campaign. You can do a sit-in within the prison itself. Like, there's ways, there's rights still afforded to you even while you're in prison. The same is not true for the right to bear arms. Even if you're talking about, I think Azo said afterwards, he said, in my state, it depends on what law that you have, whether or not you're able to carry openly. Still not equivalent, once again, to the other rights that are enumerated, so it's not a right in the way that's being described. Also, he said snowflakes, and now Aiden is trying to bully someone to come on. Azo, you can't call me a snowflake and then say that me asking you to come on the show is bullying. Like, you're contradicting yourself. That's the most snowflake behavior I've ever seen. Me asking you to come on the show rather than making sniping remarks in the comments section is me bullying you now? Are you for real, dude? Really? That's bullying? Okay. No such thing as a felon in general. If you are a felon, you can't own a gun until years later unless it's a certain kind of crime.
Also,
So the
Azo says
Go
you've
ahead.
never been gagged and cupped in a chair where you can't talk. We're not talking about your sex life. We're talking about guns. Just saying.
I always love those scenarios that people ask you. It's like, oh yeah, well, you're against the death penalty? Well, what if your mother was killed right in front of you? Wouldn't you want that guy to be killed? It's like, yeah, if you put me in a situation where I am emotionally compromised and I have a direct stake in the punishment that's being carried out, obviously I'm going to have an unfair judgment on what that situation is. That's why in the legal system we ensure that whatever judge is overseeing you has nothing to do with you whatsoever, why the jury that sees your trial has no provable connection or tie to you whatsoever, why a surgeon can't know you before they operate on you. It's because when people deal with people that they know and are handling situations where they have direct emotional ties to the outcome, they tend not to evaluate those situations objectively.
Logan, I don't have a wrench anymore for some reason, but can you post the link again? Because Missing Mod is asking for the link.
Oh, sorry about that.
You just scroll up in the chat.
Peter.
It's there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just slightly...
Oh, sorry
just move the mouse wheel.
Yeah, I thought I had a wrench on your channel. I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Let's hear these awesome arguments for why guns should be totally unregulated.
I'm going to let me make a joke, Aiden. When Missing Mod comes on, we're going to find out why she was denied for jury duty. Just saying.
Sorry about that.
No, it's not. No problem, Logan. But I thought I had a wrench, and I just posted, and I thought, hey, my wrench is gone.
Oh, sorry about that. I made sure you have.
Okay, thank you, Logan. I appreciate that.
Last night on the AI show, they showed stuff from. They said they got the show stuff from the AI machine about very messed up demonic
Yeah, like they kept like asking the
Wow.
AI to generate demonic stuff, and I just said in the chat, it's like, why are you asking this thing to create a whole bunch of evil demonic stuff if you think that like this actually like is a bad thing? I don't know. It just proves to me that this is all crap. It's just a game to them. They view it the same way that they view it the same way that Trekkies would review Star Trek lore with each other. Spock didn't say that in Star Trek 5. That's a bunch of garbage.
Isn't AI something where you type something in and then you get the response from AI that you actually want? I mean, isn't that how people create pictures and songs? And because
here's a video where sorry.
No, go ahead.
A video where they talk about this AI wanted to marry a guy, I guess, tell him to leave his wife and marry the AI. Is that crazy?
You can ask AI anything, and AI will help you generate something to make your point. So it doesn't. Oh, there goes the neighborhood.
I do find it funny how like they're sitting there saying like Aiden's whining, Aiden's complaining, Aiden's doing this and that, Aiden's trying to solve world hunger, and then all that I say back to them is just like, well, come on the show, and they're like, what? You're bullying me? How dare you? How could you do such a thing?
I want some of that cheese.
Missing Mod, I think you're using your webcam, Mike.
Yeah, and it's in the other room too.
So yeah, it sounds like you're talking from the other side of a shipping container.
Well, we don't know if she's in a shipping container, Aiden. I mean, Azo was talking about his sex life. We don't know anything about Missing Mod either.
Is that better?
You could slightly say something.
Is that better? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need help with the gain and stuff. Like I don't know where to put it on the microphone. Like on.
So there's this guy, Missing Mod, that you've been talking to on Discord. I'm pretty sure he can help you with that.
I know. You know, Brett told me one time too, but I forgot what he said.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, everything that Brett says inevitably gets drowned out.
If Brett tells you something, you should forget that. That's a good thing.
Remember, Missing Mod, you gotta look at this time.
Yeah, me dying laughing out in the chat, just making fun of you. Asking you if you wanted some cheese.
Missing Mod, I heard you earlier today on a channel called Nats in the Pizza.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I was in the courthouse.
Yes, I did. No, I did. This was a conversation from February, I think, where you were talking to the great Von Helton.
Oh. Huh. I forgot all about that. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Tell Von Helden to clean his bathtub. It's a disgrace.
Ew.
He's got slugs to do that, Aiden.
That's true. That's true. You're right. I'm sorry.
He showed that along with his 5-inch long toenails. This guy can climb a tree.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's hear why like a 12-year-old should be able to bring an Uzi to school or whatever.
What? I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I know. I'm just being silly.
I don't know. I just wanted to like, mess around and get you going and have you thinking I was coming in here to debate you. I mean, I would if I had backup.
Let's talk guns. Let's talk it.
Why would you need backup in a debate?
Because I don't know.
I was gonna say, Peter.
The entire idea of a debate is that it's a one-on-one with a moderator to keep you guys from not starting a fight.
I've seen Aaron do debates with more than one person.
Peter.
That is only, and that was on Modern Day Debate, which he will no longer go on, but that was only because that was a requirement for that particular debate. Arn always wants to be at a one-on-one because that's a lot easier, and Arn doesn't like debates. He likes
Peter.
conversations better.
Hey, Peter.
Aiden.
Hey, it's
What's up?
It's Joe Swanson from Family Guy. Peter, how's it going?
Peter, I have a question.
Yes.
You moderate.
Yes.
Me versus Missing Mod right now.
Oh,
right here, right now, 1-on-1.
I can do that.
Come on, Missing Mod. This is like I'm in the gladiatorial arena, and I'm thumping. Peter,
Aiden.
Peter.
No, I'm the mod, so I'm laying down some rules. Even though I might not agree with Missing Mod, I will moderate as an independent to the conversation. Just wanted you to know.
Okay. This is the moment where I'm in the gladiatorial arena.
I will rip you apart.
Oh.
All right. I'm thumping my sword against my shield, Missing Mod. Come on.
What?
Come out and face me. I'm thumping my sword against the shield in the gladiatorial arena. Come on.
Euphemism? Is that a euphemism, Aiden?
No, I'm not Stephen Bolin. I actually mean when I say that,
okay.
and I don't mean it as a sexual innuendo.
Okay.
Come on, Missing Mod. Let's go. Let's go. Me versus you.
When you two started
What's the topic?
Talking over each other.
Is gun control necessary in the United States of America?
Okay, 2-minute opening statement. Hold on, 2-minute opening statement, starting with Missing Mod because she. No, I'm the moderator. Don't tell the moderator to shut up.
Okay, my bad.
So 2-minute opening statement. The affirmative goes first. So Missing Mod, 2 minutes. For you.
Oh, wait, what is it again? Gun control. I only have one question. I don't even want to do this. Okay. What do people kill each other with where you guys live? Knives?
What do people kill each other with where we live?
What is the preferred weapon they use to murder each other in Canada?
I mean, statistically, I would have to look that up. Give me a moment.
Yeah. And what about you, Peter? What do they kill each other with over there?
I don't think there's a preferred thing. I mean, it depends on the case. But we do have people that kill each other with guns, with knives, with their bare hands, with cars.
Yeah. Yep.
So.
Yeah, so it pretty much happens everywhere. Right?
Yes, but not in the same way it does as it does in the U.S. At least not when it's guns. At the moment, the most preferred thing is fireworks, actually. Illegal fireworks to blow up people's front doors and stuff.
Oof.
And set their cars on fire. That's the preferred thing at the moment.
No, I've got a question just to clarify the topic. Because I'm arguing for something that I'm not arguing for then, because I guess I missed this part. Because I'm not.
Well, you have to sit out because we're in the middle of a debate. We're waiting for Aiden to come back.
I think the debate is over if it's going to be Azo. Then it's 2-on-2.
No. It's going to be 1-on-1. I'm moderating. No,
he can't even
Azo.
say anything. He can't even
because
say
we're in the middle
anything,
of a debate.
We're in
the middle of a debate. I'm moderating. I'm moderating. So just wait until the debate's over, Azo, and then you can make your point. Aiden, go ahead.
Anyway, what is the
moderator.
topic of the debate?
What part of wait did you get? Didn't you get, Azo?
Well, then, Peter,
your name's not Aiden.
I have one simple question. Why do you have to make this so hard?
This is a moderated debate between Aiden and Missing Mod. If you are not Missing Mod or not Aiden, although not Missing Mod is also here, so if you're not Missing Mod or Aiden, then you have to wait until the debate is over. Aiden,
my opening statement for the debate is like I would like to give Azo the balance of my time.
Thank you. I just wanted because I thought we were arguing gun control in general, not gun control or owning guns without any, regulation. Because I'm not pro non-regulation totally. I am in favor of owning guns, but there's responsibility behind that with training. And don't give me the whole, you don't get trained like a cop or a soldier because they shoot themselves all the time, literally. And I'm not joking around.
I mean, that doesn't mean that the level of training isn't different, though.
No, I understand that, but you don't even know what my training was. I've actually been through a state-sponsored DNR, Department of Resources, for, I don't know if you guys got, where you live, where they actually teach kids or even adults how to handle guns safely. I've been in junior, ROTC, where gun control is, hands down one of the more important things that they do. Not that that's the beat all give all for, soldiering, by any means, but it's the same damn training. Literally.
Well, then you should be abundantly qualified to be able to have a license to carry a firearm.
I'm not arguing whether that would have been my argument, whether I'm qualified. Other people definitely need the training. I just want to clarify that I'm not just saying, hey, handguns to anybody and everybody. That's stupid.
Well, the argument was whether or not guns needed to be regulated and whether or not there needed to be licensure in place so that people could establish and prove that they were capable of handling firearms before they were able to own them.
I thought this was just, whether the Bill of Rights gives us the right to bear arms, which I'm not even arguing any of that, because it goes so deep and that's such a wide, topic. But okay, carry on with your debate. That was easy, Peter. See?
Yeah.
Missing Mod.
Time left. I relegated to Mr. Carp.
Robin Banks. Like, his name's Robin Banks.
I'm in Robin Banks.
What's a Robin Banks?
Well,
you're like a Red Dead Redemption. You're a Red Dead Redemption side character, is what you are, Christian.
You can't do it without guns, Aiden.
It's like he's robbing banks, Robin Banks.
I feel like you're like the member of a crew that I'm about to recruit for a train heist in Red Dead Redemption or something.
We're gonna get him, see?
Well,
Anyway,
yeah.
I've been Robin Banks.
Missing Mod.
You can't talk. You're in the middle of a debate. Come on, now stop it.
Oh yeah, you guys are wrong.
Peter isn't a very good moderator. Jesus.
Yeah.
I think Robin Banks just robbed his last bank by that last statement.
So, Missing Mod.
I can't
you can start now with the open conversation, and you can debunk Aiden's opening statement.
Heck yeah.
But who is who?
I'm him.
Who is who?
I'm Aiden. You're Missing Mod.
I'm me. I'm me.
like
I just look like you.
better. Oh, maybe not. I don't know.
I just look like you.
Can I play Peter? Can I play? Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
No, you have to be in the room with me when you scream that. It has to be in my actual ear.
Ooh.
No.
Ooh, are you coming on to me, Missing Mod?
No. Mm-mm.
Was Peter about to add a third to the trifecta? Oh my goodness.
No. Okay, what were you talking
Missing
about?
Mod wants me. Missing Mod.
If Missing Mod gets added, it's like the Triforce in Legend of Zelda. It's finally complete.
You better hit him with that Second Amendment.
There you go. I think Missing Mod would hit him with a Second Amendment or two if he came to Missing Mod's house.
Be
Yeah.
careful, she's Kent's granddaughter.
Logan.
Oh, sorry.
The cat's out of the bag now, guys.
Wait a minute.
God made all men.
Quiet for a second.
God made all men and women, but Samuel Colt made all men and women equal.
Mm.
Thank you, Father Charles.
It cracks me up. I don't know why.
Anyways, I came here to settle all disputes.
I challenge you to a duel at noon, Christian. I'm not talking about an Old West duel with revolvers, because those. I'm talking about smooth-bore dueling pistols from like the late 1700s.
And let's make it really challenging at 50 paces.
That's right. And we have 3 guns each, so that if we miss the first 2 times, we're bound to hit the third, right?
No, because every time you shoot a flintlock type of weapon, it is the kick on it's so unpredictable. You can't shoot the same direction twice generally from a distance.
That's what I'm saying. You have 3 of them. You have 3 different guns, so that once you fired the first one, you pick up the second one, and once you fired the second one, you pick up the final one.
So let me play this through my head. Okay, Maud's quicker than me, so she actually gets a shot off. In my head, I'm saying, "Oh shit, I'm a dead man." Well, it whizzes by me, so I get a shot off because I just said, "Whew, I'm going to kill her." So she's down there thinking, oh, crap, here comes a bullet. It's going to get me. Well, then she fires again. So we're going to be here firing all day, and we're not hitting nothing because
this time mine curves because I can curve a bullet.
You got 6 guys. Oh, wow, I didn't know Missing Mod.
For that, if your penis curves like that, Mod.
Missing Mod watched Wanted yesterday, and now she's decided that she's going to curve the bullet.
Exactly.
Hey, Mark Stoney, stand up there next to that pig over there. Watch me curve this bullet. Oh, sorry, Mark. I guess I got you in the knee.
I've got a job interview in an hour and a half, and this is what
waste a bullet on that. And that's pretty bad because they're only a couple cents, right?
Yeah, I've got guns that they're like $1.50 a shot.
I'm pretty sure that if Mazzo and Missing Mod had a duel, the bullet would just reflect off of Mazzo's white knight armor.
I am a good shot.
That's one thing. That was a good one, you got to admit. Am I too loud?
Yes.
No.
Turn it about 99% down and it'll be perfect.
Freaking jerk.
Let's debate that, butthole.
I stole your when people leave the room, I say and stay out. I say it every time now, so it's going to be not cool anymore soon. But
so when I do pass and go on to heaven, waiting for you people to catch up to me, for the rest of your life of YouTube, you're going to dedicate that saying to me, right?
Exactly. Now they made purgatory just for you, Azzo, because you're the only one that could fit.
What? Oh,
well, they expanded. They've got a 5-chair room now for the fatties.
See, I was saving that one for Brett Keane, but Brett's never going to talk with me again, so I had to use it on Azzo. You
must have missed what I identified myself as earlier. I identify myself as skinny. So does that make me trans slender?
Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
See, there you go. So I'm no longer a fatty. I'm a skinny.
I heard that before.
Well, I didn't come up with that. No, there's a lot of them.
Everyone, the great Robert Banks here.
Robin.
VP.
Robin Banks. He's not Robert.
The scared guy came back.
We found love in our
Robin Banks.
It was hopeless.
Yeah, what's sad is it took me a while to realize what Robin Banks was until somebody said it. It's like, oh, I get it now.
Robin Banks is Robert Beatty's second cousin.
I can't believe I didn't think of that.
You think I thought of that? I stole that from the internet.
You did? Oh man, I look for stuff like that. I ain't never even seen it. I must
Robin
have.
Banks.
Somebody had to have had it.
Well, then I guess I thought.
Missing Mod would say yes if some kid on the phone asked her if her refrigerator was running.
Yeah. Or say, we do got 16-pound balls at a bowling alley. How do you walk? What, mother? You're grounded. Go back to your room, old lady.
Oh, I guess tell her I said hi.
Maud says hi.
So I said hi too.
No, she's crazy.
Take him home.
I'll hang out with Gangster, though. He's my buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Well, he'd be hanging with me, though. So
no, because we're not going to be in Florida.
Why not?
Because we're going to go
Robin Banks left.
Guys. Late breaking news. I've actually got Stump in the Earth here with me. Do you guys want to hear from him?
Yeah.
Not really, but I'm sure we will.
What?
Get it? Because he's a pig?
That didn't sound like a pig on my end. It sounded like a kazoo.
Can I just say this is the worst debate I've ever moderated?
You know what, Peter? Get out of here.
Well, that just proves that Aiden is not a masturbator.
These debaters are pathetic.
They both lost.
Not as pathetic as your hairline, Peter.
Oh.
You'd wish you'd got this luscious hair like I have.
Yeah.
I actually have really good genes for my hair. My grandpa died with a full head of hair, so and he was my grandpa on my mom's side. And doesn't the hair gene carry over from your mother's father? Isn't that how that works?
I don't wear trousers on my hair. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Doesn't sound like a good time for hair.
I don't wear trousers on my hair either. I typically wear trousers on my legs.
Yeah. except for the jeans, right?
I was about to say I wear trousers on my pants. That probably would have been funnier.
Yeah, and you probably do.
That is true.
Dang.
See?
Plot twist.
Why'd Missing Mod come on here again? What the heck?
I think you were
To
begging
debate
to come
you.
on here because you wanted this cheese I got.
No, I wanted the cheese.
Well, you
Aiden
weren't
wanted to
whining that
debate you.
much.
Aiden, is it true that you want to ban all
I know you're not gonna share any of your cheese.
Is
But
it
you
true
don't
wanna
have your
ban
cheese
all
license,
goods?
Peter. You can't have
I doubt you even have that much cheese, Missing Mod.
cheese is a
Yeah.
privilege. It's not
Yeah,
given.
cheese is exactly.
You don't have a license, so we can't allow that. You know, we're just protecting you from the state rules.
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
different. It's different in the Netherlands. We're famous for our cheese.
Yeah, because you guys are always cutting the cheese in public. That's kind of rude.
Yes. And we carry it around through the entire city.
And you're
before we
sticking your
do.
finger in dikes. That's rude too. I don't think they appreciate
No,
that.
that's America. That's America.
That's
Brinker
I read the
is
story.
that's an American tale.
Next, you're going
not
to tell me
Dutch.
there's no such thing as Canadian ham.
There
really
is
gets Aiden going.
now. There is now.
I get my buddy from Canada.
Answers in
wound up
Genesis
every
branched
time.
out.
Peter,
Have a
you
good
are
day,
so
everyone.
overpowered. Wait. Get out and
Wait,
stay
what?
out.
What?
We're gonna miss you.
Yeah. We're gonna miss you.
It's a good thing that Mod doesn't have the controls because I'd see Peter flying with that bird in his hand. Out the door. Fly like an eagle, Peter.
Oh, what do you think of that video I made of Aiden as a pope? Another one is Aiden as a witch.
The witch.
I seen one of them got a couple hundred views, huh?
Yeah, that's the pope one. And I also got
No, that's just the PGs keeping watching the same one over and over because they don't like Aiden.
another one where
yes, Mod won the debate.
Yeah, you got to go
Steven?
turn them in to your local police department, Mark.
And how many
Canadians,
how many people have drones killed?
Yeah.
So
How many drones have people killed?
And Mark can't even register his properly. Get him wound up again. That son of a bitch, they took away my passion.
Yeah, he's trying to build one
And
that'll
Aiden-
hold a gun.
Yeah, and Aiden and Peter are trying to take away my passion, my guns. Yeah. Good luck coming in the door.
Yeah, you better get out and run,
I got
Aiden.
one Stephen boxing the pope. Going in a box.
I love that you're asking people that now, Logan. That you're asking people if they would like a box, to see a boxing match. It's so funny. I love
Maybe
it.
Aiden got a new dog. It's a boxer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. I asked him. I challenged Steven to a boxing match, but he just said that I'll never meet him. So
Mark, but I've
I
seen
would.
a few. Oops, sorry. Go
He'd
ahead.
lose too.
No, go ahead.
I'll say, Mark, I've seen quite a few videos that a few recreational, quote unquote, racing drones have almost killed a lot of people because I've seen them smack him in the head because people are idiots. They stick their head near that little tube that you go through and you get a bad driver and they smack him in the head. Instant blood.
what the?
Superficial, but.
But yeah, it was crazy the other night. They had the AI saying the thing about Catholic. Was going after Catholic. Now I think he said he's going after Islam and Mormonism. What if he goes after Mormon Muslims?
So does that make him feel better about his faith going out after others? Because he doesn't do a very good job defending his own faith.
What do you think, Miss Mod?
I think I'm just gonna laugh the whole time. Just have a good time.
He really doesn't like the Catholic Church. He thinks it's bad. Just
it's something. It's always it's always driven by some kind of hatred that he has for somebody. So right now he's mad at Chuck, and before it was what the hell was it? Before who was he mad at?
Mark.
Everybody.
He stays mad at Mark.
You can't blame him. He's jealous of those buns.
Oh, and if it's me, it's the King James.
Man, I still want to have to talk about the King James. Gosh.
What about you and Miss Mott have
You
a
want to
talk?
throw down? Yeah.
You couldn't keep up with me on the King James version.
I wouldn't debate you anyways. I'd just bring the cheese.
No, that's Aiden. I don't whine. I bitch and moan. There's a difference.
Well, you want me to play a violin?
No, I don't like violins that much. Can you play the saxophone though?
No, but I can try.
God knows you got enough wind for it, I'm sure, just like I do. We could be the saxa groups. We can both be blowing our saxophone, see who can be louder. I win.
Could him having a
America,
drone be bare arms?
What? That's a good
Could
point.
him have?
Wait.
What do you say? Angry teddy bear?
What's that? I missed something. I thought we were talking about tanks for a second.
Could him having a drone be considered bare arms?
No, not because it's not a
not
weapon.
for recreational.
Oh.
That probably you could probably maybe certain individuals could probably have drones that were armed for some reason, but you'd probably have to have all sorts of hoops to run through, red tape, and certain license and permissions.
What if you have
probably the developers that would be able to do that, but they wouldn't take it home with them.
Could he use it to go after? I don't know, but his hands is his weapons.
See, what I'm going to do is get one that's armed that I can shoot crap down with.
Yeah.
Go out to Washington and wait till Mark finally gets his fix up in the air, and I'll shoot it down, and then I'm going to sit there and watch him cry. And then I'll have it all taped because my drone has not only cannons, but it's got a video camera.
Oh.
Nice.
But be careful. You don't want this guy going after you. I'll show
you. You do realize that Mark right now is getting teary-eyed thinking about that. I'm not the drone. I put all the time into it.
He is a Jesuit priest, you know.
Dominus ominous, you killed my drone.
Oh, what is Peter doing?
Resurrecting.
I don't know, but this is probably bad.
His shipment of Viagra came in. He just rose.
Shipment, damn.
Well, he gets it by the 55
I'm gonna project that on the inside of the window in a few days.
Oh. Could we call you Peter Cottontail?
Peter Reaper.
Down the bunny trail. Easter's on its way.
Not for a while, thank goodness.
He hates
I'm
that
more
too,
like a ghost.
What's that, Easter?
I love it. No, Peter Cottontail, the song.
Oh, I don't hate it. I love Easter, especially with my kid or my grandkid now. Oh, that's going to be fun.
You're a good grandpa. That's wonderful.
What are you doing?
No.
Thank you for sharing that.
He's only allowed out of the sweatshop once a year, and that's for his birthday for 2 days, and then once for Easter and once for Christmas.
Oh, what about Halloween?
So he's lucky. But he doesn't get tired of the gun yet.
Aw, he's probably adorable.
I've already bought him a gun, though. It's called a Cricket. It's like a child's version of a 22, but he's not going to have it for a few years. It's only 4.
Obviously, I hope not. I hope it's a little more than a few years, but
I was shooting when I was 5.
Wow.
Well,
so when I said I've been around guns my whole life and been
you got to
trained.
send me some pictures of your grandson. I want to see what he looks like, and your son actually.
Oh, my son. Ugh. I don't like him.
Oh, don't you do that.
I don't like my son. He's a Baja.
You're the only dad he's got, I think.
Well, and the thing about it is, I'm not even sure if I'm his father. That's what the family joke is. Because when he was younger,
your mom will know.
No, she don't. I don't tell her anything. No, she's in the basement. She's locked up.
No, but I mean, by the way he acts, she'll know. Because he'll act like you without even trying.
No, he doesn't act like
it's kind of weird.
Oh, my son does. No, my son is, narcissistic on the violent end, literally.
So he's just like you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, because without the gun control, I'd have probably shot somebody, right?
Is he tall? Yeah, right.
According to Aiden and Peter. It's just natural. If it's in your pocket, you got to pull out and shoot somebody for road rage. It's a given. It's part of your licensing process.
That is kind of scary, though. These people with road rage that'll shoot
Oh no,
people.
that's what scares me about people that carry guns. Is
yeah,
in Indiana, it don't take them much to get road raged. And I've seen other states where people will come out and they pulled guns and shot in the cars. It's like what could somebody do so bad driving a car that you want to shoot them and kill them? That is stupid.
I actually know someone who did that, but they didn't actually shoot the person, so the person lived. But oh my gosh, I mean that.
Oh yeah,
is scary that a person would even think about that.
Right, and those are the people that don't get their gun licenses back, or not even licensed because we don't have them in Indiana. They're privileged to carry anymore. Like that's like a permanent ban. Like any violent offenses committed with any sort of weapon. If say if you rob somebody with a knife, that automatically precludes you from being able to carry a gun ever, which I agree with that.
Yeah, right.
That's mental. Stupid.
Yeah, because if you would have had a gun, you would have done it with that probably. I don't know. Yeah, maybe not.
But I've had my gun. I'm 60 years old. Probably, like I said, I started shooting about 5 or 6, and I've never pulled my gun on anybody in my life. I've wanted to a few times. Don't get me wrong, but not in a serious manner.
Do you know Mark has his hands licensed, like what license a nuclear bomb? That's how powerful his hand.
No, they're not necessarily powerful, and his hands are actually registered with Adam and Eve for a different reason. He's armed in a different way for a different reason. So, when you get older, we'll talk about that, Gigi.
Yeah.
We'll do the birds and the bees and the spank and the bag monkey conversation someday.
Oh,
your adopted mommy will give you that talk. There you go. Go ahead, Mom.
I'm not giving him the talk.
When a daddy bee falls in love with the mommy bee, which I never understood that. How do they fall in love and they're already mommy and daddy? Just two strangers, with a one-night stand that are going to have a bunch of baby bees.
Oh boy!
And of course, like all women, she thinks she's the queen.
So, are you going to show us your grandson? I want to see a picture of him.
I don't have any on my computer because hold on, let me see. I got dog videos. That's sad. I got dog videos, but all my grandson pictures are on my phone. Let me see if I can.
And now me and your mom are friends. She literally told me to take you. So take him to your house.
What she meant is take me out. Since you're talking about guns, take me out back and shoot me. Put me out of my misery.
No.
I gotta go photos.
No wonder she wants you to take. She wants someone to take you, calling her an old lady, telling her to get back to the basement.
I used to call her old, but now she's got so old she's ancient. I call her the ancient grumpy one.
Aww.
She is. She can be. You ask her, she's grumpy.
Does she laugh at least? Or are you making her laugh, or are you just being mean?
Well, she's not allowed to laugh. We got her mouth duct tape.
What? I just heard her talking. Oh, she's been good, huh?
Yeah. Don't get her started. She starts talking. I put the duct tape back on.
So, is your son taller than you?
Yeah, he's like 6'4" ish.
Oh, we think of Hal talked about how video games mess up your mind.
Oh wait, how do I get these on here? Let me see. I'm gonna send these to you, gangster, because for some reason I can't get the stupid Wi-Fi or to transfer stuff. But I'm gonna send this picture to your Facebook, and then I'm gonna take them off, and then I'll send them to Mod. If you don't mind, or I can just. I know I've only got 2 here, but they're the same one. That's one picture. There's the dog swimming. The dog taking my pillow. Let me see. Where'd you go? So you'll see my grandson before any of them. Gangster. Let me see. Where's Facebook? Over in this one. Kaboom. And that's what's weird. Gangster is the only person on my Facebook from YouTube, except for people in my real life.
People request me, but I don't accept them because I don't want them on my Facebook.
That's like me. I separate the two. Oh, this is actually a cute one because this one's got my grandson and Jack in the same chair together. I'm not gonna remember how to do this. Oh, share. Come on, pop open. Yeah, I'm so a tech nerd. This. Okay, there's that. Messenger chats. Here we go. Let me put that. See if I can find Gangster there. Gangster at the top of my list. Then I played my old stuff and it went something like this. Cruising down the street in my 6'4", jocking some, Slapping some hoes. Oh wait, where are you at, Logan? GG. Oh wait, what? Oh, this is. Oh, that's the wrong sec. Oh, there he is. Hi. Maybe I can do this. Oh wait. Reply. Here we go. I hate to do this on my phone. Why will it not let me get to Gangster? I'm getting mad. Share
We
it.
won't like you when you're mad.
Oh, I don't. You don't like me when I'm not mad. So what's the difference?
Yes, I do. You're a fibber.
I don't fib. I straight up lie.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me talking about you on the show yesterday? Whenever I tell you I miss you, how you get weird.
I don't get weird.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Last time I said
I
said I've been
it's just
missing you.
like everybody's saying I love you. I don't even tell my mom I love her. You can ask her. I'm just not that kind of person.
I didn't say that though. I know. I understand. I thought it was funny. I'm not saying that that you don't reciprocate the feelings.
No, I don't reciprocate. I don't have fifis. That's you ask my mom. She'll tell you that.
That's why you get mad.
Okay, I know what. Maybe I can add this to my
people that don't have feelings are
feelers.
Horrible
Nothing
people.
more than feelers. I don't understand why this ain't working. This is why I hate. Oh wait, where's this going? Well, that's a different one. Man, I am so. How do I send it to her?
Oh,
there's Logan. I can't do it on my phone though.
Go to add a file.
Okay, I got the. Well, I'm on the picture now, and I hit the share button, but I don't know how to get it. It's got like people. Wait, nope, I can't. I don't get it because I talk to Logan probably more on Facebook than I do anybody. And why the heck isn't his? Wait, maybe messages. Oh wait, I'm getting closer. I think. Nope, that is weird. Well, you guys can continue talking until I figure this out. This is going to be a while.
Okay.
Detail, set as paperwork or back wallpaper, clipboard, move to secure file, print. I don't want that.
I did see on Steven's channel, he did show pictures of him holding Mrs. Noah's finger. I guess she literally gave him the finger. And
let's try this.
What do you think of that, Miss Ahmad?
Sorry, I was muted. I was laughing. She literally gave him the finger, huh?
Yeah.
What? She gave him that finger?
I don't know.
Or was it just? Oh, okay. I was about to say, what the hell?
Also, I seen a video on YouTube talk about history of giants.
Yeah.
Does that blow your mind?
A little bit, I must admit.
Yeah, Ron Azo, he's 7 foot tall.
Wow, they really must have learned how to stack shit that high. Oh, what the hell is all this shit? Okay, I'm not going into all this.
Yeah. Power Teams tonight, and then Ryan's show.
I noticed they scheduled it for this morning. Did they have it? Ryan's show
5:30.
Let me do that.
Eastern Standard Time.
I might have figured it out.
No, it was this morning at like 7 or 8.
Oh, I think they probably. That happens to me sometimes too. It messes up.
Go back to Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, I'm so stupid.
Oh, guess who's here? Peter's favorite person.
Dan.
If I just listen to Gangster.
Hey, Dan.
Come on. Take a week to load.
Oh, you missed all your buddies, Claude and Big Bad Mama.
God, I'm such an idiot. I just figured it out. I just listened to Logan. I'd have had it already. I was trying to go from the picture to his Facebook, and I went to Facebook and then sent it, and it worked. Okay, so we can copy this. Boom. Okay, save that. Oh, now I gotta go find. Oh gosh, let's see if I can remember how to send it to DC. Well, I remember how to do that. I do that enough.
Logan can send them to me.
I
If you
can
would
send
rather him.
Well, I've about got them sent.
Oh,
I mean, if
okay,
he
yeah.
wants to go ahead, you can have it.
If you want me to, do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm looking for. Oh, there he is. Yeah, this way she might have. She just might have two of
Oh,
them.
he's so adorable. Just
Oh.
as adorable as you are, Ron.
Yeah, and this is what this dog always does. He is
Aw.
on Buddy's. Well, his name's Miles. I call him Buddy and all the dogs Buddy, so I can just say, "Hey, let's all go outside, buddies." But yeah, he is always on Miles's jock, especially if he's got food, obviously, and that's what he's eating. But that's our little Miles.
Oh,
Part demon, part asshole. Who knows?
oh.
Damn. Peter better get something to eat. He's looking kind of weak. Either that or he just got a boner from all those pills he got.
Whoa.
A bunch of boners.
Ew.
Pigeons. He said earlier you got it in your personal life. You tie yourself to a tree and put tie your mouth shut or something.
No, I date trees. You know those little knots they have in the trees? We'll just leave it at that.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's Hollywood.
I can finish the rest of that.
That's why I stopped. You don't have to finish it.
Oh.
Oh, your kid's so adorable. You're adorable little buddy bear.
Yeah. Oh.
Takes after you, Grandpa Ron. You're an adorable guy too.
Aw.
Does he call you Azzo or Ron?
Grandpa.
I love you, Azzo. Oh, that's so cute.
If he wants to call me asshole, I'd let him. I don't care.
Does he ever call you Papa?
No, just Grandpa.
Yeah, my niece and nephews call my dad Papa.
Jens, don't mention what you said not to mention with Dan Hill. Is he offering? Is that why you don't want to mention it, or what?
Going south. Are you going south or are you going north?
Going south, I see.
But Ron.
Yes, sir.
Would have you ever been a cop? Make a good cop.
I was at security for a while. I was never a popo. I was actually a bouncer at a strip club when I was going back to college.
Oh. You ever bounce someone?
I didn't carry a gun though. Bouncing, yeah, that's stupid. You don't ever carry a gun when alcohol's involved.
Oh. When is your J duty? We're missing Marco.
And stay out. She just couldn't handle that Aiden beat her ass in a debate. So she saved face. You know that, or she started crying when Dan asked her about the jury duty because she wants it so bad.
Oh. Wait. Would you ever debate Peter?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't debate. I really don't.
Well, no, have a discussion with Peter.
Depends what the topic is, other than OBS.
Over
I don't know anything about it.
Guns.
Maybe, depending if I was in the mood for it at that day. Today isn't the day because we've already done that for how many hours?
Oh. What if her people want to ban AR-15s? What would you say to them?
I've got one in my gun closet, but that one's not mine. First off, they won't ban it. They may try to regulate it a little bit more, but see, that's the misnomer. There's so many people think that the AR stands for assault rifle, and there's no such thing as an assault rifle per se. If that's the case, then we have assault knives, assault cars, assault baseball bats, hammers, axes. I mean, anything can be used in an assault. Bare hands.
Mark Stoney, he have assault hands.
And actually, he'd be a good one to ask. I mean, just his opinion, if he's still here, since he was in the military, because I've never heard any military person ever call any of the guns they have as assault rifles. And they actually go to the extreme, just like the Navy. If you're a Navy man, there's a difference between a ship and a boat.
Oh, guys, did you watch that video of Skylar versus Aiden?
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I haven't watched it all the way through yet. I've got so much stuff just that I got queued up just to catch up on you. Nevertheless, everything else I listened to.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a long time ago. Aiden, Aiden was I think, yeah, Aiden was talking about evolution. He said, Skyler said, if evolution are true, then why don't people turn into ape? Why don't apes turn into humans?
Well, if we've got Americans, why do we still have Brits? It'd be the same exact argument.
Nobody said, and
yeah, I've heard that argument plenty of times. Yeah, gangster, I understand.
Yeah, it been a while. It was funny. He really got angry at Aiden. This guy, Skyler, he kind of looks like Tim. He he really goes. He's like Dustin. He's a crazy psycho guy.
So he's a fanatic too, just like several of them.
But he's not Christian. He's Jewish, I think.
Well, if I had to be something other than atheist, then that would be a hard reach. I think I would be Jewish.
He even said he's a Jewish extremist. Yeah. Like he said, like the Muslim guys. Is that crazy?
That's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
that. Yeah. Okay.
To me, you don't weaponize religion, and that's the problem with especially like Islam. I'm not saying that Christianity is much better, but if you weaponize religion, all it does is turn it into a control tactic to control the masses, in my opinion.
Yeah. Skyler. Yeah, he's a bit of a crazy guy. This one lady made him so mad. He said he wanted to strangle her.
Well, that's a bit going far.
And he said the same thing to Aiden a lot. It's like 2 times talk about. He was for some reason he couldn't stop being angry at Aiden, even after he did was a while ago.
Well, that I can see people being angry at Aiden.
You want me to show you the videos? It was crazy.
That's up to you.
Yeah, it was a while ago, way ago.
Well, Peter's got clothes on now. He's not just a skeleton.
It was crazy. Him and Aiden back in the day, it was crazy.
YouTube is crazy.
Yes. Yeah, Brother Pike, known too, and Keely's and a lot of people. He's a guy who he was best buddies with Mark. Mark let him live by him using.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
And then one day he snapped at Mark and made Mark like threaten to kill Mark. So Mark picked him up with his bare hands and threw him out of the house.
I would have done the same damn thing. You don't threaten somebody in their own house, especially when they're doing you a favor.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And that's not even a religion thing. That's just human.
Yeah, he used his bare hands. And then
the whole adage, don't bite the hand that's feeding you.
Yeah.
Or you're going to be homeless again.
Yeah, now he went back for Dinosaur Adventureland, I heard. He said
a big mistake.
That he had ladybugs put in him, and they control him, and he used them to control planes.
Ladybugs.
Yeah, but you know those
red little ladybugs that I put in my garden on purpose. They eat like bugs and stuff. They're good for garden.
Nanotechnology, I think. He used them to control planes. He used them to
nanobots.
Yeah, and they control him. They gave him his powers.
There is what is it? I don't know if it's a virus or a wormy thing, or it's some sort of parasite that lives in ants. And I just learned this like a month ago or so, and I haven't even thought about it. But they actually control ants where they make the ant go to the very top of a grass blade in hopes that some animal will come by and eat it, because its life cycle is dependent on, I can't remember if it's a deer or any animal. And then when it gets pooped out, it finds a ant to control, to get eaten again, to continue the cycle. And that's the simple version.
That sounds something out of you ever heard the movie Faculty?
Yeah, with the students and the alien or whatever they
Yeah.
were. Yep.
They had an annihilation inside them. That sounds something like that.
Yeah. Man, I know I've got that saved somewhere about the ant. Yeah, I'll look for it. Well,
Crybabies BBM. And here's Claude. This is crazy. I want to show you.
Hippos with their tail when they toss their poop around, right? So by his definition, that hippo would have been an ape, right?
Let's see if that does it.
We used to throw cow poop around.
Oh, I need to
cow poop. Cow poop around. They're poop flingers.
This used to be. This was on Father Charles' show. He used to have a lot, but he doesn't have much of them anymore, I guess. It's sad. Hope he start having them again.
Here, this is just a quick rundown of what I was talking about, so you guys don't think I'm nuts and making crap up.
Okay.
Not that it matters, but yeah, it's a parasitical flatworm called the lancet liver flute. I'm not even going to do the scientific name. It is responsible for controlling an ant's behavior, causing it to climb to the top of a grass blade and clamp onto it. Oh, wait, is there more to it? Oh, essentially, I would just read it. Essentially turning the ant into a zombie by manipulating its brain to increase the parasite's chances of reaching its next host, a grazing animal like a cow or deer, which will ingest the infected ant when eating the grass.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that before from somebody.
It's fascinating, really. Then there's another one I found out the same day. It's a caterpillar, and I thought the caterpillar was dying, but these little parasites pop out of it when it's a caterpillar. Doesn't harm the caterpillar. I don't know if it hurts it or not, but you think if it's popping on its body, it's going to hurt. But the caterpillar lives. Those parasites go on, and I don't even know what they do because I didn't get to hear that whole story on those. But nature is wonderful.
What if they adapt it where they could take over humans?
Yeah. Wait till they start controlling humans to go on the top of a blade of grass so it can get eaten. Yeah. That's going to have to be an awful big cow or deer to eat a human. Unless it's a baby. It's a baby. Where is...
Oh. My cat over here, she's a crazy kitty. She's so lovable. She likes to make out with my computer. Yeah. She's crazy.
Perverted.
Yeah.
Pervert. Oh, wait, I wonder if I can change this to...
Skylar Boyan. He wasn't... I liked Skylar, but I didn't like what happened between him and... Some stuff he says when he goes psycho. I don't care for that. And what he did to Mark.
Right.
I didn't like that, but...
Where's my little baby? Let's see.
Oh.
I wonder if it'll let me do it. Here we go. Oh, I can make... Here we go. Oh, come on. Move it. Move it. Why are you not moving? Trying to chop this and it won't let me. Oh, here we go.
What happened?
Oh, I'm trying to put my grandson on my avatar.
Oh.
I kind of hate doing that but I got guns, remember? Here we go.
You want me make that the big picture first?
Oh, it don't matter. Yeah, do that. I mean, I don't know if anybody can see it. That's my grandson, if anybody cares. And Jack is right behind him on his shoulder, literally, because my grandson's turned around and eating something, probably grapes.
Oh, he's so adorable.
He's so cute most of the time, except when that boy gets tired, he turns into a demon.
Oh no!
I feel like we're gonna have to do an exercise on that boy.
Oh, so adorable. Yeah, he takes after his grandpa. Ron.
Oh, he's a teddy bear. And angry, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, see, Maud ran from the debate. She ran. Run away. Run.
Oh. Just so adorable.
Yeah, and I think, that's probably about as big as Jack is there. That's probably, I don't know, I guess it's about 6 months. No, more than that. It's probably 8 or 9 month old picture that I think of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So adorable, buddies.
So adorable.
Oh.
Such a lovely little creatures.
Oh. So adorable, buddies. Sorry. Oh. I want to ask. Yeah, that guy, Skylar. He always been a crazy guy. What do you do if you saw Skylar? He starts to look at you. No, it's weird. You talk about that guy Toby Singer. He was a big fan of him too.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't reached my mom left yet.
Is that crazy? A small world.
Okay, give me 1 second. I got to yell in there and see if mom left. I forgot she had a doctor's appointment at 3:20.
Okay.
Yep, she must be gone. Let me just double check.
Okay.
I don't want her to forget her appointment. That silly girl.
Long we're waiting for him. We'll watch. Now we'll watch some Skylar.
Yeah, and that's just not how it works, right? That's just not how a definition can work. And I wonder why. Now, maybe I know why he was, and I will not say who that was, but I know why he was avoiding the correct definition, because it felt uncomfortable for him, right? And then he blocked any further. Then he blocked any further comments on that thing, right?
Was it Steven?
No.
Was
It's irrelevant who that was. It was some confused creationist who has swallowed that propaganda.
What do you think, Mark?
It's amazing that you think propaganda, or you think religion, creation in general, religion, because I'm a Jew. Everybody else on here that's religious is Christian. So, but anyways, we agree with creation, Jews and Christians. Now, here's the deal. It's amazing to me that you don't find it propaganda that apes evolved into humans, yet just stopped. I mean, the same apes that evolved into humans are still the same apes and never evolved again.
That's the same mistake. That's the same mistake that you made before, right? It's the same mistake. Humans are still apes. That's just like saying, when did birds turn into ducks? That makes no sense. Ducks are birds, right? As humans are apes. So it's not what you are attacking is turn into evolution, not evolution. And you can do that. I'm fine with that. And I agree with you. It's transmorph doesn't happen, but evolution does, right?
Okay, so why has nothing ever evolved?
Well, Skylar, there was things that were more evolved, so to speak, to us. They were called Australopithecines and Homo erectus, but those species are extinct now.
Now, wait a second, Aiden.
There's not more or less evolved.
Yeah, I've often heard the argument that there is no more or less evolved.
Yes, exactly. Correct.
Well, I said more or less evolved in quotes there. I was trying to put it in quotes because it's not an accurate term. To evolve in a colloquial sense means to get better. But to evolve in a scientific sense simply means to change and adapt in your morphology to the environment. So when I say more or less evolved, I'm using Skylar's terminology because I feel like it's more interesting to engage on people based on things like that. But anyways, yeah, there were other species that were closer to humans than the modern chimpanzee was, but those species died out and they no longer exist.
A common ancestor?
Well, I mean, like Australopithecines are a great example of a bipedal creature that was capable of quadrupedal motion or arboreal motion in certain circumstances, but still has morphological differences sufficient to a human being to be able to classify them as a different species.
I heard Dustin talking about I can't pronounce the technical name, but it's Lucy, right? And he was saying that Lucy had to have been a predator because her eyes were in the front. But what about sharks and other predators whose eyes are on the sides, especially birds? Birds are another one. A lot of birds of prey, and their eyes are very much on the sides, not
Well,
forward
they're very
facing.
morphologically different than us, though, right?
Right, but the argument was that Lucy had to have been a predator because of her eye position, and I'm not sure if that checks out.
We see in other Miocene apes that are further back in the lineage than us that there was a more vegetarian diet compared to.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to, if what Skylar is asking can be easily explained by the huge environmental differences that we saw on the planet 10 and 20,000 years ago, where the Gibraltar Straits in the Mediterranean burst open and totally changed the ocean gyres around the Earth and redirected weather patterns in a fundamental way that caused the Africans, the African plains to become the African savanna. We can see in Neolithic cave paintings in sub-Saharan and even Saharan sites that the Sahara Desert used to be much more fertile and much more rich than it is nowadays. And it was no longer that case about between 10 and 20,000 years ago, and that's the biggest thing that prompted Homo erectus.
Hi, Murder Pack.
Aiden talking about homos again?
Yep. This is back in the day.
Yeah, I say carp and Christian shows up and it happens to be homosexuality talk. Wow. Coincidence?
Very interesting combination.
And he's robbing banks.
And I'm robbing banks.
And he's a carp.
I like carp, actually. I think that'll stick.
I do. There is that because it's CRP. It's like, is he got a carp up there now? And like, screw it. You're carp now.
I do hate carp, the fish.
Oh, I love the. Have you ever fished for carp or not?
No, that's why I hate them because I haven't had the chance.
Oh, yeah. I'll go bass fish or something else, and carp put up a fight. Some people
that just
eat
means
them.
you ain't catching no bass.
Do what?
That just means you ain't catching no bass.
I catch it all. Ask me, I'll tell you. I got dynamite. I'll get them out of the water one way or the other.
Well, Bird Pike, this is an old video back in the day when Skyler snapped at Aiden about wanted to kill him.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody wanting to harm poor little Aiden. He's so innocent. Yeah.
Docile, some would say.
Yeah. Or donkey, more would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. Do you remember this, Brother Pike?
Can't say I remember it, mainly because I wasn't there.
But if there was a Baja Blaster, he would have remembered it.
I would never forget.
You would never forget. Or swanging.
Sky goes psycho.
Skylar is my friend. I don't know what happened to him though.
Yeah, but think about how many of us go nuts though on our own. You got Bruce and Dustin and Steven and me and Aiden and not poor little Peter. He's innocent.
Yeah.
Then you got troublemakers like
I had to step away for a second, so I missed a lot. Where did Maud go?
Right here.
We kicked her out and told her not to come back ever.
I'm right here.
You got to go somewhere. She said.
Yeah, you don't sound that feminine.
They call me Fishing Maud.
Sorry, I had to run. I'll be back in
Fishing Maud.
Missing
yeah,
Maud.
Fishing Maud.
fishing mod is Robin Banks, the carp.
Oh yeah, Robin Banks.
Carp Banks. Bank carps.
Peter.
Yeah.
Skyler, he was a crazy guy. He's understanding that if evolution's true, why don't monkeys evolve into people today?
Yeah, why, Peter?
Because we are primates.
Checkmate.
We're also animals.
if he
checkmate.
If he had looked in the mirror, he would see that it does.
Oh. You don't want to say that to him. He goes psycho. And here's one video where he's calm and then you snap, go crazy. Then he calm again.
Logan, just one thing. I have to hop off. I do want to challenge Brother Pike.
Oh, it's on like
before
Donkey
I go.
Kong. Oh yeah,
like Donkey Kong.
Because
what are we fighting about?
Because Brother Pike says that he's mod. He isn't.
I'll take that challenge. I am mod.
You do a very poor impersonation.
Nobody can impersonate their self.
Duh. Checkmate.
But
Checkmate.
Hold on. I'll drop off and I'll leave you all with this message.
Hello, everyone. Missing Mod here. I wanted to make a quick video.
Nothing's quick with her.
Just so people don't think that this is over. It's very far from over. Actually, there's some stuff on the horizon. I won't share that, but let's just say some justice is coming for some.
Like Bad Moon Rising?
That's what
There you
Ken
go.
got his channel.
Justice. Yeah, justice is coming.
Well, no mercy follows then. You can't have mercy and justice.
This is actual footage from where Mod was interviewed to be on jury duty.
Yeah.
So,
I wonder if she got kicked off.
Now we know we know why she got rejected.
Yeah, she doesn't have all the shit hanging from the walls correctly. She can't be a juror.
Yeah.
I can see Mod in the middle of a case stand up and say, "You got to be kidding me! You think he didn't do this?" And you're gonna.
I need to hop off. So thanks, Logan, for having me.
You're welcome.
And I will debate this so-called Brother Pike on whether or not he's a mod later.
He's a fishing mod.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Okay. Anytime. Catch you guys later.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's kind of weird that Carp and Peter left at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and Deviant's going to come on, but she takes a week to eat. Mr. Kettle probably filled up her trough, and she's still eating and chomping and trying to get on here, but chomping.
Yeah, she probably was. That's when Kent got his channel took down. It was probably 2 years ago.
Oh, she was mad about that? Well,
Yeah.
that's probably when she was a real strong supporter.
Yeah.
Believer or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I think she was one of the people she was threatening. Probably was Mark. Probably.
Well, Mark threatens me with those buns of stone all the time, so yeah, somebody's got to go after the Jesuit priest. It's not like I can violate a priest. That'd be kind of role reversal.
He's here to
omnes. Where'd Dan go? Dan was here, wasn't he? He's always up for a good fight.
What was he talking
about? What?
He said something about fish or something. I forgot.
Oh, are you talking about the parasitical fungus called Cordyceps or whatever?
Oh.
He asked about that. That's why I looked it up. And then there's a video, which I didn't get to watch a whole lot of it, of how bad they are. But the verbal part before I found the video said these things have long been used in traditional Chinese medicine among older populations to provide energy, reduce fatigue, boost libido, and sex drive. In fact, it's been referred to as the Himalayan Viagra because of its effect. And then I put in the right above that's when I put in the link for whatever it is. I'm going to watch it here in a bit. I like disturbing things like that.
You see something disturbing soon when Skyr snaps.
Working really hard. He's working really hard to disprove his own arguments, honestly, in my opinion, considering that he is a living transitional fossil. But that's okay.
Right. I have to agree with Aiden. Oh gosh, maybe there is a God.
Yeah, what do you think of that, God? I was talking about Brett King. I was joking saying he's a link between human manatees.
Right.
Oh, funny.
Yes, well.
Asked me if I could split it with her.
Have you ever heard of Brett King?
What is this?
But Skylar, I think that your contention about evolution comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of what evolution is and what it entails, because Mr. Logo was correct. We are still apes. We're still part of the hominid family, and we can show that through genetic similarities as well as morphological similarities between us, extreme morphological similarities, as well as genetic similarities. So I feel like your contention is born out of a misunderstanding.
Yeah, so is yours.
Well, I mean, I've demonstrated to you how yours was born out of a misunderstanding. Could you do the same for me?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Nothing has ever evolved since humans have, had eyes.
Except the things that we've proven in a laboratory setting have evolved, right?
No, you haven't. Literally.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we actually have, literally, Skylar. No, that's not adaptation. Evolution is adaptation. What are you talking about? That's not a combustion. That's not a combustion engine. It's a steam engine. Well, maybe it's both. So your contention makes no sense. Things have never evolved. So let me ask
zero
in a laboratory setting. Where
in a laboratory setting,
let me
you've
ask
seen
you,
birds evolve longer beaks. That's not evolution. That's what you guys call macro or
actually,
micro.
we have
I mix up
bacterium.
macro and
we
micro.
have bacterium that we're not able to digest or consume citrate in any way, shape, or form. And in a matter of just a few dozen generations, they were able to digest and eat citrate. And as it is defined in the Torah, as it's defined in the Torah and the Bible, a kind is primarily defined based off of what it eats and what it consumes. You know, there's
Is that true, Angela? Are you there?
What, Aiden got quiet? Ruh-roh.
Is that true what he said that in the Bible that a kind is by what it eats?
Yeah. Let me look for that verse. I know it's when you're talking about.
Not what.
From a biblical standpoint, yeah, I guess that's what a kind is. That, the way I understand it is like where the scientists will classify it as a species. That's what a kind is, but there's not a solid definition of what a kind is. It seems like when some people throw that word around, it's whatever definition's convenient for them. Like a cow kind or a deer kind, a dog kind, the beaver kind, the see you later Peter kind. Wait, what was that verse at again? Oh, wait, let's do it this way. Kind.
Yeah, Skyler, he's a crazy guy.
Very much so, I see. Okay, that's talking about the kinds of fruit. And then 12, the trees with seeds according to its kind. 21, so God created the great creatures of the sea and everything with which the water teems and that moves about in it according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And in 24, and God said, let the land produce living creatures according to their kind, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind. Yeah, so there's a lot in there about different kinds, but the problem with that is some of the stuff that they put in a category doesn't belong in a certain category. Like, I think, was it whales? And now where's BMM when I need them? Or could use that, or even Aiden, because they're better versed at this than I am.
He said that on here, the Skyline.
Right, because he thinks, Skylar probably thinks that the Bible talking about kinds is that a cat kind only produces cats, yada, 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 sort of thing, which is totally contrary to evolution.
Yeah, he's a young Earth creationist. Is Toby Singer one too? Ron?
Yes, sir.
Is Toby a young Earth creationist?
Toby who?
Singer?
Oh, the rabbi?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you now. Sorry. I was thinking of Tomas for some reason.
Oh.
No, he doesn't. Well, see, that I don't know, but I've got videos of him talking about like Genesis, and he doesn't take it as, if I remember correctly. I might have to do some research because that'd be a good question to research. But I think they take it figurative, not a literal creation.
That's weird because
let me make sure.
Skyler, who's like a big fan of his, he's a young Earth creationist. Is that crazy?
Yes. I'm gonna make sure. What's this one say? How old is the Earth? How old is the universe? What is the purpose of the Torah? Let me see what this one does. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that here in a bit because it's like 30 minutes long. I'm not gonna go through that real quick and probably miss some. But from what I've heard so far, either he is stating the case about people who believe in creationism, or he believes in creationism. So I could be mistaken there, because Jews have different beliefs just like Christians. There's different types.
Yeah.
There are some that say that the creation is just figurative, that it's, and there's a certain word for it, and I can't remember. I kept want to say historical something, but it's not historical. Gosh, I wouldn't think about it. Maybe it'll come to me. What's the title of the video was? This Ain't Over. At Mark and Cindy. Later, hater. Love you. Call the cops, Peter. Call the cops. Okay.
What happened?
No, I was just catching up on the side chat. They're eating donuts.
Oh.
Is that racist? Gee, Maud, come back. Don't leave. You're their inspiration. You give it too easy, Gigi. You got to make her feel guilty about leaving. Give her your puppy dog eyes.
I did.
Oh, it didn't work, did it?
Oh. Oh.
I'm the biggest hater? I thought I was like the third or fourth, but if I made it to the biggest hater, that's great. I don't know. Maybe she is. I don't know. Depends what day it is. It's like a love-hate relationship. She loves to hate me. I don't know why. What did I do today?
She might.
Go ahead.
She might be talking about Peter.
I know. That's why I'm just giving her hell. But she might be talking about me too, though. But usually she puts rude in there. Not a rude hater. She just says I'm rude.
That Toby guy, is he a singer?
No, he's a rabbi.
Oh.
He could be a sewing machine. That's what he is.
But it's in his name. He should be a singer.
He should be. Or a sewing machine. You know, a singer. Sewing machines are a thing.
Oh.
There's the beast kind that consumes other animals. But this is another kind, according to the Bible, because it wasn't able to eat a kind of food. And now it is able to eat a food. Hey, Skylar, could you not act like a child during one of these interactions? Could you just be a mature human being during one of these?
I just want him to blow up.
Like a child. That'd be great.
He's going.
You're
I know
the
you
one
were, Mod. I'm just giving you
that
hell.
had me kicked off of the live panel to come on.
I never
say
had
all
anybody
sorts of
kicked
bullshit
off of the live panel, okay? You made the choice to go off the live panel, Skylar.
Oh, I thought that was.
Okay, so I was not able to go on to the live panel, so you could go on to the live panel and said all sorts of, I counted 5, literally bold-faced lies to the point of your word yes is, and the reality is no. It was that backwards, as in the word
I've already
yes.
disproven that.
No, you haven't. Not
Yes,
in
I
any
have.
way, shape, or form. You fucking
Your
liar.
contentions about me lying, you've never been able to actually demonstrate any evidence towards me lying about anything. I've already addressed this with you last time when we were on the show, and Mark was also on the show, and yet you still keep bringing this up, Skylar. You still have this albatross around your neck that you refuse to get rid of. So how about you just let it go and get over yourself, Skylar?
There is no possibility of that. For one, I have OCD, real OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. For two, it's completely unforgivable the way that it went down. So I was not able to say anything, both verbally
I never banned you from the
nor.
live chat. I never held a gun to your head, Skylar, and told you to get
I
off
was
the chat.
banned
You
from
made
the live
choice.
chat. You banning me from the live chat.
I didn't ban you.
You
I
were
did not ban you.
banned. You were putting time out.
And I wasn't even there to ban you at that point in time anyway, Skylar. What's your evidence that I did that besides your personal feelings on that? That you feel like
you're
I
a
did it?
bold-faced liar. Again, you're a bold-faced liar.
Well, then
I
show
never
me the
said
evidence that I
you
banned you.
banned me.
Yes, you did. You just did earlier. You just said that you had me banned from the live chat. You just said
I
that
said
earlier.
you had
Those
me
were your
kicked
words.
off of the live panel. You are twisting words completely.
How did I have you kicked off the
100% you're a
live panel?
bold-faced liar.
How did I kick
just
you off the
said
live
you had me kicked off of the live
How,
panel in order for
Skylar?
you to go on to the live
No,
panel.
but I'm asking you, how did I kick you off? What was the mechanism where I kicked you off, Skylar?
You sending me the very verbatim words that said, can you leave the live panel so I can get on the live panel?
Right, but that's not me making you do anything. That's me asking you to do something and then you choosing to do it. By the way, I don't know where there's other noise coming in from somewhere. Did anyone else hear that? Yeah, I wasn't quite sure where that was coming from.
I was wondering where that was coming from. That was annoying.
It was not coming from me.
Oh.
I don't know where it was coming from. I didn't say it was you. But
Logan did.
Okay. Well, anyways, that's not forcing you to do anything, even if that was true. Because, yeah, I did say that, Skylar, but I immediately retracted the comment because I realized I may be overstepping and asking you to get off. I know you weren't saying anything at that point in time, but you were still on there. So if you actually go back into that chat, I removed that message basically as soon as I sent it. And it was Mark that got a hold of you and asked you whether or not you'd be able to get off so that I'd be able to get on the show. You could kind of left that part out, but I'm the liar, right, Skylar? I'm the liar.
No, it was not Mark, you liar. Mark wasn't even on the panel. Mark wasn't even online.
No, Mark called you. Mark called you is what he told me.
No, this is way different time. This is a month, 2 months ago almost.
Star Wars.
Right. So, how exactly, please explain to me how I made you get off of there by asking you to do something.
Mark was not online in any way, shape, or form. He was not a part of the panel. He was not even in the chat, nothing. And Mark
Could
wasn't
you
involved.
explain how I forced you to get off by asking you to get off? Can you explain how giving you a request is the same as giving you a demand?
I never said you made me either. I said you had me kicked off of the live panel.
No, I didn't.
So you could get on the live panel. Then all you did was say, I counted 5 literal 180 degrees backwards
Name
lies
them.
about me.
Name them. Name all of them.
I don't
List
even
them.
remember what it was. This is 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. Right. It's 2 months ago, but I'm still going to hold on to it. But I don't actually know the lies that we've got. Give me a break, Skylar. Get out of here with that. Get out of here. If you're going to come at me and call me a liar, then how about you actually name the things that I lied about? Or are you just here to be upset for the sake of getting upset? Because that's what it sounds like at this point.
Pause it just for a second, Gangster.
For the sake of getting upset.
What do you say?
Pause it just for 1 second, because I got first of all, Mod, you because I that's one thing, and I can't believe I'm going to say this about Aiden. If anybody tells him, I'll say you're lying. So was Skylar right, or are you being sarcastic, Mod, about the hashtag? I can never keep up with her. Oh, I'll send you a message. I'll tell you why, Mod, about that. Are you joking around about Skylar was right or being or anyway? What I'm going to say, the one thing I can say about Aiden, even if I do have problems with him at times, is I don't think I would consider him a liar or call him a liar or anything. He does go nuts on some stuff and exaggerates and jokes around, but I wouldn't call him a liar. And if anybody tells him this, I will leave this community forever. I mean, that's just my personal thought on that. Okay, just making sure. She can have her opinion, and I have my opinion, but and she's probably shitting herself saying, "I can't believe asshole's saying that about Aiden." But yeah, I would not consider him a liar at all, no more than I would Gangster Ghost. Maybe misinformed, but Aiden pretty much owns up to his stupidity. Okay, I'm done with my little rant. Well,
what?
No, I'm like Mod. Skylar is nuts, but Mark is a liar. Well, yeah, well, you know that about Mark. You told me he was a good gamer, and I saw him game once, and yeah, sort of thing. Anyway, I'm joking. Go ahead, Gangster. Sorry.
That's all right.
But you see what I'm saying, Gangster? That he wouldn't be, the type that would lie.
I try to look for. Where's the one where Scar snaps and starts screaming?
Mod, not. Hey, Grace. It's funny though. Oh, let them do their thing. They're gonna fight it out. Let them take your shirts off and box. Let's get it on. Knock some junk out of that junk trunk. Knock the junk out of the trunk.
Who's simple?
I say hi to Grace, and she says hi to Mod. Oy vey. Oh, and then Bond's back. You got to leave, Bond. You're blocked. No one can see you type. How you doing, Bond?
Guy, Skylar, he's a crazy guy.
Someone made a shaking my hand.
Skylar screaming. Try to look for her. I can't find it. Oh, crazy Skylar.
Crazy Skylar.
One video he just goes crazy, starts screaming at the video.
I go nuts sometimes, but not to that point. And if I do, somebody just needs to mute me and tell me to go calm down. Well, I do get heated and triggered on some things, and usually it's stuff that's really important to me, obviously. Like women abuse, child abuse, stupidity.
About tree abuse.
Oh, now you're talking.
What about Aiden abuse?
Oh, we're Mod, you need to come up here. We're talking about whataboutisms.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's funny.
Somewhere, Sky going crazy.
Oh, wait. I'm sad. It wasn't me. Right. Why does that? And that's something else. Why does everybody else get their own little videos and their avatars and I'm over here in the old people section? Maybe that's why, because we don't have that technology when I was growing up.
There it is. I found it.
All right. There you go. I'm just trying to waste time while you're looking for it.
Thank you, sir.
Mark, I can answer that one, and this is a total joke. I would say stop breathing for a few hours, and then breathe, and she'll be happy. Join the stream one day, and I can make a video for you. Ruh-roh.
Oh.
Bond has somebody in his side. Simply Grace. Simple Grace.
Oh. This is Skylar. Now he goes.
I will not stop until Israel no longer exists.
Bullshit.
I will not stop until Israel no longer exists.
Bullshit.
I will not stop until Israel no longer exists.
Bullshit.
I will not stop.
I haven't repeated.
Yeah, Israel's going to always exist in one form or another, at least in the near future.
He supports. He supports Israel, but he was talking about this guy from Iran that wants to wipe out Israel. He goes crazy about it.
Is that Skylar there, or is that a different person?
Who?
The one that you got shown? Oh, that's right there. Duh, screaming Skylar. Okay.
Yeah, that's the crazy guy.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's nuts. I don't think I've ever screamed that loud on here.
He's a crazy guy. Skylar's just a funny, crazy guy.
Cash.
When I want to ask you, do you support Israel?
I support Israel with a qualifier. But what's going on right now is ridiculous on both sides. And I'm not pro Hamas or pro Israel or anti either one, because they've both committed atrocities that should have never happened and are still continuing. So that's my point of view on it. It's short, simple, sweet. And Gangster, you just got me to talk about politics. Not many people can do that. No, you're right. That's kind of cute. Okay. And Jens has got it. Mark apologized for whatever he might have lied about and asked how he can correct my lies. Jens, in his great infinite wisdom, says, "Hey, Mark, cash helps a lot." Oh, here comes Grazer. Welcome aboard, Grazer.
Miss Outcast.
Hi.
How was your birthday Saturday?
Oh, then I have heard of Skylar.
I can say it was probably the absolute best birthday I ever had.
Oh, look, this is Ron's grandson.
Oh, he's very, very small.
He is very small.
No, he's very cute. How old is he?
Well, in this picture, he's probably 3.5. Because we got Jack. You can't probably see him as small as this is, but my grandson's sitting there eating something, kind of turned away from Jack. Jack's got his head on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Because that dog is always, when Buddy comes over, that's all he pays attention to is that kid. Food makes it even, that, Grazer. Food around, you forget everybody.
Hey.
But, because we got Jack a week before Christmas. So this is probably in March or so. So he's still kind of small. Jack, that is. So Buddy or Miles is probably 3.5. Probably a little more than that, 3, because he was born. What's really weird is Miles is a 4th of July baby. Well, Jack was born 3 days later, but not the same year, because Buddy was born in 2020 and Jack was born last year in July 7th. So last year when it was both their birthdays, we got them both cakes and they both tore it up and did their thing. So we have them both at the same time. As a dog, because Jack wouldn't leave Miles alone anyway if he's eating anything. So so I have heard of Skylar then, because I remember Mark or somebody talked a while back about him living in some corner store, from DAL and yada yada yada.
Yeah. Skylar is peculiar.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear some people, and this one I didn't really remember until what Mark just put up. Is oh, okay, that sounds familiar then. And then with the battle that Mark had with him and how he didn't become really violent with them. would be kudos to Mark.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just toss it. Yeah, not in my house, but I don't care who it is.
I mean, the fact is that Skylar lived basically on Mark's property, or rather, as I understand it, the van wasn't parked on his yard, but
But I'm sure
he was connected to his power,
Oh,
and
okay. So then that's what I was going to say. Okay.
he was leeching off
Right.
of
And then
Mark.
was it just like a normal van, and do you have to go into Mark's house or something to go to the bathroom, take showers?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, to me, it's like, why would you bite the hand that's feeding you right now? For whatever reason.
Because Skylar
It's a nut job.
Well, I mean,
that's a scientific term, nut job.
Sure, but so Steven Anderson is a nut job too, but
yes,
the two of them are very different.
Yes.
Because I do have empathy for Skylar. I have no empathy whatsoever
for Anderson. That I understand.
So that there is pathology there.
Yeah, Skylar say the ladybugs inside him control him.
Yeah, that's somebody who needs help. You know? And I'm not making fun of that, but
no, and that's why I hesitate to say things like, sure, I can't say that I've never agreed to him being a nut job.
See, I'm a nut job, so I call everybody else nut jobs, to tell you the truth. But
yeah, but I try to be cognizant of the fact that we're on a live platform, and
you care, I don't. No, that's not totally true. But I'm the angry teddy bear, remember?
I know.
How would you like to go through your life getting squeezed by a bunch of little kids, and then Skylar stepped on my head? That's why I'm mad at Skylar.
It very much depends on the kid, I would.
Yeah, the only thing I could say that really got to me is when he was trying to say, well, I am OCD. No, you take responsibility for yourself as the first step to, helping yourself. That's like just being in denial or pushing off the blame.
Yeah, but also if so I don't really want to like diagnose anyone who once were a part of this community, but he shows at least very much the signs of someone who has an active psychosis, which means he's going to be irrational, and he's not going to think long term, like not biting the hand that feeds you.
Right. It's all emotional. I mean, he's feeding off emotions and not reason.
Exactly.
But that I understand, and I'm not making fun if he is, but that's just my slip of the tongue with the nut job, sort of thing. But I consider myself a nut job, so
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm a nut
I take responsibility for my actions also. I mean, if I say or do something, it's not because I'm bipolar, or because I am bipolar supposedly, but it's because of what I do, and I'm not taking the actions I need to control my bipolar if it costs me that sort of pain or somebody else pain.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing I do is call say alphabet community, I'm a bigot. I can live with that.
But can you?
I have so far. I even walked.
With you.
No, I know. I almost did a video on that just to say, okay, if I'm so wrong about this, why this, a whole page of things, and then talking with Earl about this, because I kind of calmed down, and she goes, "Really, just let it die." It's like, oh, okay, And if I have to, like, even with Reed saying that I'm a bigot, if you'd ever ask, said anything about it again, I'd ask him, especially if I'm on stage, okay, what and why makes you think I'm a bigot? And if it's the alphabet community thing, then I'd have a talk with them and show them that it's not just I'm pulling this out my ass. Literally thousands of, alphabet community people use that term, or alphabet mafia, or alphabet, yada, yada, yada. But if somebody could show me, just like the Alphabet Mafia, I stopped using because, like, okay, I can see where, that could be kind of screwed, and that's why I won't use Quilt Bag. Because I just find, if geez, that just sounds kind of degrading.
Yeah.
But to just flat out burst out into screaming, that's a whole different level of treatment.
Of course, and so, and I agree with the whole you take responsibility for your actions, and you don't blame it. I mean, having a condition is an explanation, but you still have a responsibility as a grown-up to do what you can and admit fault when there is fault.
Right.
And when I say do what you can, I mean to care for your whatever condition you may have. But there is also this, it's such a complex matter, because when you have a psychosis, you're not part of the of how you diagnose it is the fact that you're not aware that you have a psychosis.
Right.
Which of course makes it even more difficult to take. I mean, how can you take responsibility for something that you don't know you have, when everything, when you no longer can trust your own perceptions, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your hearing, you
Right.
can't trust
Your own thoughts.
your thoughts. Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is also why I say I do have empathy, which does not mean it's okay to do
Right.
to Mark what he did, because
Right.
it's not. It's
No.
just not.
In
And
any situation, it's not right.
no.
What would happen if he got mad at Dustin? Dustin got mad.
Oh, yeah, that's when World War III starts,
And
I
that's when
think.
you'd mute it just because you don't want to listen to it, or
That
or kick
too.
them out.
That too.
And yeah, I remember this one time Wes was on there. He said, "You want war?" And Skyler was there. He said, "Yeah, I do want war."
Yeah.
Yeah, Skyler said he wanted to start World War III.
Yeah. And I think he could do that if he went head to head with Dustin. Not giving him any ideas in case he were to listen to this.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's get Bruce and Dustin and Skylar
Oh my
all in the same
goodness.
stage and set the fire.
Oh my goodness.
What reminds me of, I used to be on Pal Talk years ago, and YouTube is starting to remind me of Pal Talk, because back in the Pal Talk days, they had, there's a handful of people that go around the rooms saying, oh, I can't see flashy lights, or, bright lights or neon colors because it can trigger seizures, which I've kind of heard of this before, but it's rare. But Pal Talk has this thing where you go into settings and click where it's only black letter, or black text.
Yeah.
You don't see the flashing lights. You don't see, it's to save people that do have serious conditions, but it's all of a sudden everybody had that condition. Well, then I come to YouTube, and I kind of learned a little bit, like autism. And I was in a room once, and this is a room full of atheists, and it was part of the Alphabet community, room. And they're talking about how special, say, like their autism is. Well, my autism, I can't do this. And the next, it seemed like everybody was one-upping everybody. So I'm searching, for all these conditions to educate myself, and I can't find anything medically on there with some of the stuff there. I won't even, it doesn't even matter what they were claiming. It wasn't really out there, but it just, you can see where everybody was upping, each other. And that's not what a condition does. You get the information out there, you talk with each other, you support each other. It's not a contest,
Yeah, I mean, so
that would be. Well, go ahead.
Mark and I happen to have more or less the same combination of conditions, which are PTSD and ADHD. We have different types of PTSD. but that there are still very much similarities, and of course things that we that differ largely on, or in anyway, you get what I'm saying,
right?
And we have talked about it on streams at times, but the idea that we would sit and like, yeah, my PTSD is even worse than yours. I mean, what?
You're here to support each other to get you through it, regardless of what got you there.
Exactly. And
You know?
to inform, to talk about it, to inform others about not necessarily how to treat us, even though that's a consequence of it, but also to have a greater understanding for people in general who may or may not have these conditions or others.
Well, especially your support group. You know, if they're thinking, okay, you're a nut job, or you're this, or you're that, and it's like, no, this is real. This is a thing. You know, educate yourself and have some compassion. You know, just don't jump and think automatically, oh, this is, you know, just an attention getter. I've heard that, you know, my whole life with the cancer thing. You know, you're just using it for an attention getter. It's like, no, I'm using it to get information out there about cancer in general, not just my type, because mine's rare. You know, so it's the same thing. You know, no matter how you got yours or Mark got his or who else have, you know, sad to have, you know, PS or T, whatever, post traumatic
PTSD.
That's why I do the alphabet community, by the way. Okay. Anyway, but you know,
to me, it's fun. Oh, sorry.
I don't say. I'm just saying I would be there for, you know, support and like with my cancer when I first had it. You know, I went through the why me or why do I've got it, and you know, when I had the terminal cancer diagnosis, I didn't flinch because I knew what I had to battle. The problem I had was when they told me that they didn't know what I had, and to sit back and wait and they'll figure something out. That's not me. But at least if I get my cancer story out there, you know, maybe somebody else could relate to that. Because, you know, once I found the group on Facebook, which is the Desmoid Tumor Research Foundation, I realized I wasn't the only one out there. And once you get that, okay, I'm not alone, you know, that's whatever the percentage would be of the battle, 25%, 10%, you know, whatever it is. And then talking it out with other people, it's like, oh my gosh, I thought I was just different, weird, you know, imagining it, but people really do feel the same way I do. It's a great help emotionally.
It is. And when it comes to any condition, be it psychological, neurological, or medical, having the emotional support and understanding your own condition makes it so much easier. It is the word propagate. Yeah, that might be it.
You're after an Indiana guy who can't speak English.
It benefits your ability to heal in a very real,
healthy way. Yeah.
Yes.
In a healthy way.
And that is especially true with PTSD, which we know from the Vietnam War, because soldiers who came home from the war in Korea didn't show the level of PTSD as, I mean, it wasn't as common in those soldiers as those who came home from the Vietnam War. So the question became then, why is this? And as it turns out, having made, I mean, few conditions are so well understood, which is kind of infuriating because at the same time I mean, I have met people who work within the psychological field in hospitals with patients, like who are cared for in the facility, who do not know what PTSD is.
Right.
And so that's why it's infuriating. But so what was found out was that the big difference between those soldiers who had been in Korea and those who had been in Vietnam was that the Vietnam War was heavily criticized within the US.
Yeah.
So the soldiers who, while that in Korea wasn't. So soldiers who came home from Korea, they had the support of not just their family and friends, but also
nation.
the nation. Exactly. While those who came home from Vietnam didn't have that support. Many didn't even find it within their own families.
Right.
In that way, not that they as people were criticized by their family members necessarily, but the feeling that you had done something that were at the end of the day a good thing, even though it was horrific, made such a huge difference. So to have the understanding that those who came home from Korea had made this huge difference in how the soldiers were able to cope with their experiences once they were home. So to me, informing, so the type of PTSD that I have is called complex PTSD, and it varies. Let's see, what does Mark say? Because he said one of the reasons PTSD was more prevalent among Vietnam vets compared to prior wars is the rapid demobilization they went through. Traditionally, soldiers spent weeks on ships after war and had time. Yeah, that's true too. That is true too. That the camaraderie that they had on their way back from the war helped them also greatly. The fact that they had each other to speak to and decompress in an environment that they also had experienced these traumas in. But again, it still speaks to the importance of support.
Yeah.
A supportive environment. And so the difference between PTSD and complex PTSD is that if I'm just going to like hard, what do you say? When you simplify it, if I simplify it, basically regular quote unquote PTSD is something, it's often one experience, though the experience can be like war where it is a continuation of, it's not, oh, I was SA'd one time outside, and yeah, that would be like one experience. Of course, in a war situation you have it under a prolonged time, but you still have it's not a it's a, what's the word, it's an isolated, in some way an isolated experience that differs from your regular life.
Right.
While complex PTSD, oftentimes it doesn't have to be, and that's true for regular PTSD as well, it doesn't have to be actually life threatening in a way where you're being under fire, for instance. But the experience, because of your position, is still, so for instance, a small child, they are going to, their system, their neurological system is going to react to a threat that isn't actually life threatening in the same way as if it was, because of their vulnerability. So when you have complex PTSD, that is, in most cases, it comes from a long series of being in this vulnerable position where you're being yourself, your me is being threatened, and that makes the things like flashbacks doesn't function the same way. It is more complex. It is more vague. Say, if I were to simplify it, I could say that a soldier who suffers from PTSD might have flashbacks that they are back in that war situation,
Right.
and they are being under fire. Or I don't want to go into any graphics, but you get the idea.
Or any loud noise. I've seen that.
Yeah.
Like my neighbor was Vietnam. He was PTSD. He didn't talk much about actually being there. It
No.
was just too traumatic for him. But and this is, I'm going to touch on what Mark said. It's so true that, and I also think on top of that the Vietnam War was such a brutal war. That could have helped much. We had you can see like the quote unquote evolution of PTSD. I mean, First World War, it was called shell shock.
Yeah.
WW2 was called battle fatigue. They still didn't take it that serious. Sit back, rest, whatever.
Yep.
But and Korea was the first war that we actually, whether we won it or tied, however, there was some problem there, but not when they went home, because as my neighbor would say, he said, as bad as the war was, and and he said, Ron, I don't ever talk about it. You respect that. But he said, for me, what the worst part of this was, even all the evil that he saw over there, was coming home, getting off that airplane. This is kind of touching on what Mark said, and seeing signs that said, hey, baby killer, woman killer, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, there were bad people over there that were Americans and other nationalities, but not every soldier was a baby killer. And sometimes there's collateral damage, and I'm not minimizing that. That's a tragedy in itself. But to have to battle overseas for all that period of time and then come over here and start a whole new war that they didn't even want. But then to see, like I started my car one day up and it backfired, and literally my neighbor hit the ground.
Yeah.
Looking at him, it's like, oh my gosh, I never even thought.
Yeah.
But any sudden, certain, and it's not everyone, but when the moment, especially when it's really quiet, and all of a sudden you hear something loud, that's when he would freak out.
Yeah.
When I say freak out, hit the ground, or and there was times he'd yell incoming, just from that flashbacks that you were talking about.
Yeah. And this is why it infuriates me to know. I can't even express it in English, and probably not even in Swedish, how much it infuriates me when these complete förbannade jävla horkukar says
I think you're
things
breaking up, Miss
like, no, I'm not breaking. I don't think I'm. No, maybe I am breaking up, but I said it in Swedish to not.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, because it wasn't very. Yeah, it was safe.
I need to tell you guys, Power Guy's having a show tonight, Power Teens.
Yeah, I'll probably stay away from that one, just from their own side, because I don't want to be mean to kids, on purpose anyway. And that's my fear.
Ryan's having a show too.
Yeah, like 5. I was at 5 or 5:30, and the other one's at 7, 6:30, something like that. I saw that yesterday, I think.
Yeah, Ryan. We think of Ryan.
No, but I have nothing against Ryan. I mean, I don't know him. We've never spoken, but yeah, I have no. He seems like a nice guy, and I think it's a shame though that he has dissociated himself in an environment that is never going to make him accept himself for who he is, if I put it that way. But so I just want to finish what I was saying. When they say things to Mark, like you just said, so that the Vietnam soldiers came home to, because that is that goes beyond even what you would say to someone whom you are angry with, who's done something to you. The actual fact is that Mark has done nothing to these people, and they still behave that way. And they have the gall to go around and patting themselves on the back and claiming to spread the gospel. Ät skit och dö. Ugh. It absolutely disgusts me. I want to throw up on every single one of them and see they gag on my vomit and then force them to eat the mix of my vomit and their own.
Well, I'm
Cut
hungry
up
now
the
for some
tongue.
reason.
Sorry?
So I'm hungry for some reason now. Maybe chunky soup. Does that sound
No,
right?
don't. Yeah.
I'll never eat chunky soup again now. Thank you.
So I have to say I did hold back there, because I tried to, but
Phantom
yeah.
has a good
So
point.
they can sit and feel happy about the fact that they can make me be absolutely disgusted to my core over their own behavior and
Yeah.
how vicious of human beings they are. What poor excuses. And if there is a God, I promise you, no God who is in any way just or kind or caring would ever stand behind such behavior. Ever. And I know that doesn't mean anything to them, but I still feel I need to say it. Exactly what Phantom said.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with no, exactly. It has nothing to do with that, which exactly they think they can weaponize it against you. And as Phantom says, don't kid yourself, Mark. They don't care if you speak the truth or not. They hate you because you disagree with them. And that is absolutely spot
Right.
on there,
You got to be
Phantom.
true to yourself regardless of who it is, whether it's a friend of mine or yours.
Yeah.
You know, you can't, not what you feel is truth, go against that. But I also like what Phantom said earlier, something about it also probably didn't help that it was the first time the civilization,
Civilian population.
the civilian population, what am I doing? Population, this is sad. You don't even speak English. Was exposed to war in such a visible way. I mean, just the media. That's a
Yeah.
great point.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the brutality of what they saw led them to unfairly demonize the soldiers.
Yeah.
And even if this stuff was going on, it was not justifying it, but it was a small amount of people that were doing awful things. But yet it was it'd be like, me and Phantom are in the army together. I'm kicking puppies or whatever, it gets exposed, and all army people are jarheads or whatever, are puppy killers. That's not kickers. That's not fair. That's a blanket statement that just simply isn't true. There are young boys, even men, over there, scared for their lives, literally, and dying, literally.
Yeah.
And coming back to no support from the states. That's bullshit. I mean, I can remember as a kid, and I'm probably 7, 8 years old, where the Vietnam vets were having, like protest or whatever, and you'd see the fire department come in with the tanker trucks or the military fire hoses and just soak them.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that triggers me is, how our country treats our vets.
I was gonna say,
and this is gonna be I don't care if I piss people off on this one, but I would rather spend my tax money finding homes for people that are on the streets than paying for surgeries, they can still be he's or she's without the surgery at that moment. But why should we ignore our vets just so somebody can get over? And I don't mean to minimize it. I'm not anti-alphabet community at all, but to me, I keep hearing from some in the trans community, elective surgery is, when a girl thinks she needs bigger boobs, but they still have dysphoria, so they're fighting over that bullshit when we got vets laying on the streets, sleeping, sick, drunk, addicted to all sorts of different chemicals, dying, getting beat up.
But so I think, and I agree. I have nothing to say against what you just said. At the same time, I also very much see where people would take issue with it. I understand.
Oh yeah, I do too. That's why I said I'm going to piss people off, but we're talking about people's lives, not that the trans people don't get hurt and all that. But
so the problem though, and I think you see this. I'm just saying it for everyone else. Is that it isn't an either or question. A state so big as the US, with the resources that you have, could easily take care of both.
Right.
But it should also be said that the way that the US government so readily put their people in danger and destroys lives within their own nation is on par with the Soviet Union's way. The difference is, and this is going to sound horrible, but at least the people in the Soviet Union died and didn't have to live with the horror. And that is a terrible thing to say, but it is true.
Yep.
So these are complex things, and I get why people are.
I mean, there's no yes or no or right or wrong answer.
Exactly.
Because, like you said, it's a little bit of both. Why can't we?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We take care of the trans people once they come of age, or actually, because to me, it's no difference. I mean, there's a big difference. I'm not trying to minimize it, and I know I'm going to stick my foot in my mouth saying this, but I'm going to say because I feel it for right now. But there's a difference. There's not much difference to me that, like I said, a 17 or 18-year-old girl who's had dysphoria all her life, and she's whether it's a set of boobs or a nose job or whatever, to me, that's no different than, being trans. So why can't we get, both those groups taken care of as we need it? Because we're the way it is right now, the left is spending money on shit that to me is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then let's focus on our vets and not worry about kicking them out of parks or out of cities to find a real answer for that.
Yeah.
These are people that sacrifice their lives to give us the opportunity for our freedoms, whatever those might be.
Which also speaks to.
Oh, here's Aiden. Aiden's going to tell me I'm wrong.
I know. I gave him the link. I did that purposefully.
No, I don't give a shit.
I know.
No, I gotta give you trouble for swearing on Gangster Ghost show 2, Azo. Come on now, I'm giving everybody trouble for that lately.
Well, you can do all you want. I'm still gonna say shit and poop and Aiden. There's all cuss words.
I'm gonna ask that you not curse on Gangster Ghost show. That's all I'm asking.
To take out that cuss word out in the middle of your name, then, because I take that as a cuss word.
Oh, that's me. I did that
on his channel, on his profile.
Yeah.
Well, then you're a cussing potty mouth deviant. You eat out of a trough.
Hi, Aiden. How are you today?
Well, I'm 2 minutes away from determining whether or not I've been ghosted for this job interview.
Oh no!
Oh, that's
into a ghost.
I'm sorry, dude.
It is what it is.
Oh, sorry about that, Aiden.
I mean, I didn't have to go anywhere or anything like that. It was just from home, so it was just really not too much skin off my teeth in the grand scheme of things. So,
well, you think your adoptive mother would give you more financial support from Florida?
I ain't need none of that.
Wait, what synonyms? See, I talk and I don't remember what the hell I say half the time. All the synonyms, right, asshole? Yes, all the synonyms.
That's right.
All the cinnamon.
The synonyms. I used to do that with my sister because she had speech impediment, and now I think now I'm kind of, it's funny, but it's not. But I'd say like aluminum, but it'd be like aluminum, get her so confused she couldn't say it, or Worcestershire.
The British say aluminium.
They say what?
Yeah.
They say aluminium.
Oh, aluminium? Yeah, I've heard that.
Aluminium. Inte aluminium.
I always thought that
It sounds like something it sounds like something that Tolkien came up with one day. The aluminium blade of Igathor, or some crap like that.
But it is aluminium. Aluminium.
Oh shit!
We say that
gosh.
too.
Here we go. Here we go. Deviant's gonna take over.
Oh, Aiden, I need to tell you something. We watched that video from a while ago. You and Skylar.
Oh my god! I thought you were nuts, Aiden.
Oh yeah, what encounter did you peruse through?
You were talking about
the evolution.
Yeah. And Skylar says, why don't monkeys evolve into people then? And you talked to him, and
we are primates.
And he just snapped at you, threatened to get you again because of what happened a while ago. That time.
Aluminium.
Is that weird?
I'm scared of Skylar. It's gonna happen. I'm sure he still remembers that encounter.
No,
yeah, once he goes to Canada, Aiden, you're gonna wish you could have a gun.
I do have guns. That's the thing.
BB guns ain't gonna save your butt, boy.
No, I mean real guns.
But you're 18. You can't have guns.
Yeah, it's not like it's been 18 for months now either.
I mean, like the biggest gun I got is a 20 gauge. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing huge, but
that's
20 gauge will do the trick.
That's called varmint gun.
Varmint gun. Tell you what, it'll do the job.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. 410 will, but I
that's true.
With a 12 gauge unless I go squirrel hunting. I take the 410 or 22.
I don't hunt squirrels.
I see what's funny. Most stuff I get other than the venison, I don't eat. But I have a buddy who loves squirrels, so that's the only reason I ever go squirrel hunting. I always bring them back and I put them in a little box, and I always have every time. But whether it's 2 or 3 or 10, I put Chippendales on the box.
Well, I think I've officially been ghosted. I'm going to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, how long have you been waiting there for?
I waited for 17 minutes.
I'd wait a half hour just to be safe. They got your phone number though, right?
Oh yeah, and I left a message on because it's a Google Meet. It's a Google Meet link, and I left a message saying, "Look, I'll email you and make sure it wasn't a scheduling issue, and if it was, my sincere." But I'm telling you, it's not. Like I got it.
I know what it is.
It's supposed to happen right now.
They found you on YouTube streams, and they said there ain't no way we're going to have some freaking guy work for us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So you got fired.
This guy's against slavery. We can't hire him.
Oh no, it's bond servant now these days. We don't have slavery. Yeah. Read the Bible. There's no slavery.
That's true. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about. Because being an indentured servant is such a good lifestyle, you know. I do definitely think that I would definitely rather be an indentured, because there wasn't like a history of indentured servants being worked to death even harder than slaves, with the understanding, at least in the American context, that after 7 years they'd be able to like own the land that they were working on, would be able to. So like it wasn't like the owners had an incentive to make sure that they died so that they didn't inherit that land or anything.
They gave the males all wives. And when they decided that they were a free man, they couldn't take their wives and children with them, so they decided probably to stay with their family.
Azzo, it's very simple. They were Irish. Okay.
Oh,
that's all you need to know. They were Irish. So I mean, like, are those people? I don't know.
You know what they say about the Irish, don't you? I'm trying to see how to word
they got plenty to say. I grew up in a family with half of them being Protestant and half of them being Catholic. I know a thing or two about the Irish.
They're the black people of Europe, is what my Irish buddy said when we worked together. It's like, no way. He's like, yeah. I went home and Googled a lot of it. It's like, wow, the Irish were treated like slaves.
Yeah, it wasn't a good time. No, it wasn't a good
Between
time.
that and the Chinese, if it wasn't for the Chinese and the blacks, our country probably would have never grown. Especially the railroads.
Aiden, are you alright, little guy?
I need to confront Mark Reed on something. There was an early Australian policy in the late 1800s and early 1900s known as the White Australia policy. It's a very, very racist, anti-indigenous, anti-black, anti-Chinese, kind of policy. And I can't help but notice that Mark Reed is also white. So I'm going to have to ask him a question or two about that, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe he's pigment free. Huh.
Nobody clip that. Nobody clip that.
What blows my mind is the fact that the U.S., who's supposedly the land of the free, actually...
The land of the free, unless you're a woman, unless you don't own property, and unless you're black, and unless you aren't of the specific colonies that have these specific deals in terms of how many votes are within the electoral college, and the home of the brave.
Of the scared. So what blows my mind is that this land of the free didn't abolish slavery until the mid, or rather late, 1800s. That's insanity. That's insanity.
Just think about it this way, though, Deviant, all right? So Brazil and Cuba didn't outlaw slavery until the 1880s and 1890s, respectively. So aren't they worse, though?
That's not the issue, though.
Aren't they worse, though, Deviant? Come on. They weren't the last ones to do it. Come on.
I'll be right back. I got to let the dogs out. Sorry to interrupt, but I didn't want you to be talking to me and me not be here.
Okay, good.
I'll have you know,
the fact also that even though slavery was abolished, you still, or not you, because not you, Aiden, but the US, rather, you, the audience, still had segregation until the 1960s.
That's true. I forgot. I listed blacks, but you also got them Chinese. Got to include them. The head tax and all that stuff. And Native Americans gained the right to vote right about the same time as black people did, and that's oftentimes forgotten. But yep,
and
they're
now
included.
They're barreling towards going back even before the 1960s. It's insanity. It's like a freaking clown circus where all the clowns are senile. Don't do that. Don't do that.
They were always senile, but I think that they were a little more articulate in days gone by. Like at least when it was like Nixon and Clinton and people like that, like they were just as horrible and corrupt and evil, but at least they were articulate. Well, they did it. At least they were able to string a sentence together. At least they were getting up to interesting stuff. That's another thing as well. Where the hell is our Watergate? Where the hell is my I never had sexual relations with that woman. And I've never had that. It's all just been, January 6th. Some people got pissed off and they stormed the Capitol building and some woman got shot because she was an idiot. That's my generation's equivalent. Everything sucks now. That's the mood I'm in today. Screw that idealistic Aiden that's humanity's got a spark of hope. Humanity's got something going on. Not my mood today.
Aiden, are you upset that they stood you up for?
Shut up, Deviant. Has anything to do with anything. But you know what? I wouldn't expect you to know what's going on. So you know what? I can't get too upset with you, can I?
I only laugh because I actually do have a pretty good grasp on that mood.
It's fine.
It's fine. No, that sucks. What was the
Fine.
job that I have to ask because I'm curious?
It was quite it was going to be quite meta because the job was for the position of a interviewer for an RPO. So that's like a recruiting outsourcing kind of company. That if they like want to recruit into other companies, so they would have literally done an interview with me about how I would be good at interviewing people, and I was quite amused at that. You know, I don't know if you realize this, Deviant, but I'm a little bit of a fan of absurdist humor.
Yes.
You know, I think it's pretty fun.
Yes,
And that was a pretty absurd style of interview. So I got jokes prepared. All right, I had things all ready. I was gonna social engineer this woman, Deviant, into giving me this role, into giving me this position. I had everything prepared for that, and then she just stands me up.
Yeah, that I have to say that unless it was an actual scheduling mistake, an honest mistake, then I think it's a pretty damn shitty thing to do. Because who knows, maybe you had other interviews that you could have.
You know what? I just officially give up. Everybody can swear on Gangster Ghost's platform now. Everybody can say whatever the hell you want. Say whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna listen anyway. I'm just the Dan of this community. I just try to make nice, decent rule. Hey, everybody, let's be decent to each other. Shit, piss, come. Say everything I want. No. No.
I would say you're a bit upset, Aidan.
No, I'm fine. Fine. I'm like, what gives you the impression that I'm not fine right now, Deviant?
Well, you sound a bit on edge.
You know, it's funny that you say that because, you know, Microsoft Edge was the platform that these people stood me up on just earlier today. So, you know, it's funny. It's funny that you say, you know, that I'm on the edge. So, you know, life just has a way of working out like that, you know?
Well, I would say
Sometimes,
that is one of the many reasons that I don't use Edge. I do now, but that's because I'm not on my computer.
sometimes all the pieces just fit perfectly in place.
And other times they don't, and everything comes crashing down, and all you can do is sing a song about
Well, when I sang my patriotic song about the land of the free, except if you're not a woman and unless you own property and unless you're a Native American and unless you're black or unless you're Chinese and unless you're a certain age and unless you're in an age or a state that has specific voting rights restricted to electoral votes and the state that has an unelected representative compared to an elected representative of the body of that and the home of the brave, you were just like, oh, I'm scared. I don't like that, Aiden. It's like it's the truth, Deviant.
Well, I never said it wasn't true. And I never said I didn't like your take on it. Because how could
Deviant, are you a mooker?
I am a mooker scene.
Are you a scoofer?
Perhaps it kind of depends on what that means.
See, if I asked Deviant that question in her 20s, she would have said yes with no hesitancy whatsoever.
That is probably very true.
Aiden, now in Canada, you can vote.
That's true. That's true. I can vote, and I'm in Alberta, so I can buy alcohol at 18. The rest of Canada is 19, which makes no sense. You know what? The 20. Let me just talk about that for a minute. Let me just talk about that. Okay, so 18 to 21, right? At least there's like some level of market brain development between those periods of time. So at least, even though the actual campaign of raising the drinking age basically just consisted of a whole bunch of fundy nonsense, and people like Michael Jackson going to the White House and being like, "Oh, you gotta raise the drinking age because it's bad. All right, hey everybody, it's me, Michael Jackson. We should raise the drinking age, everybody." No, that's stupid. But you know what's more stupid? You know what's more stupid? Raising the drinking age by 1 year. Because what the hell is the difference? The hell's the difference? 3 years. At least there's a little bit of time. At least there's a bit of time for actual marked neural developmental difference. And I'm not saying that there's none within a year, but come on, it's such nitpicking at that point. You're just teasing every single person that turns 18 in Canada because there's one province that actually lets you drink at a reasonable age, and all the other ones are like, "No, you must wait 1 year longer." And everybody that turns 18 in all those provinces go, "Why?" And they just go, "Because I said so, bitch. Now get back to it." And it's like, no,
So
doesn't make sense. It's an injustice.
What I don't understand though is, what does Michael Jackson and the White House have anything to do with the drinking age in Canada?
Because it was the United States with the 21 as the drinking age. That's what I was saying. Is that when they raised the drinking age to 21, that was due to the initiative of people like Michael Jackson and a whole bunch of like fundamentalists and things like that back in like the 80s and 90s. They pushed an initiative in order to raise the drinking age to 21. And I was saying that the 3-year age difference between 18 and 21 is significant in terms of neural development. And the difference between 18 and 19, not all that much. So it's just unnecessary and it's stupid, and it's it's either 18 or it's 18 as far as I'm concerned. But I guess if you really want to be a jerk about it, see, at least I'm making an effort. Geez, nobody else wants to, but if everyone else, if everyone wants to be a jerk about it, then let it be 21. Okay, fine, because at least there's somewhat of an age difference.
That is true. That is true.
What was that?
That is Gangster Ghost.
Gangster Ghost.
My friend sent that to me. He made it on the thing.
Oh, I was just wondering what was going on. I was just making sure a flash mob didn't appear in your bedroom all of a sudden.
I always talk about the London bridges falling down. He made it.
Can we just talk about flash mobs and how they lasted in the cultural zeitgeist about as long as Stephen lasted most of his children's lives?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not in a good mood right now, all right? I'm sorry.
I get it, Aiden.
Bobby.
What did you say, Logan? Sorry.
He just spent time with his one son, Bobby.
Yeah. Which I think is a good thing.
Little Aiden waiting till it's legal to drink. Wow. Congratulations, Claudio. You've successfully not followed the conversation for the 7,485th time. I'm really proud of you, because it really does take quite a bit of effort. It really does take quite a specific level of being a dullard to be able to not understand a conversation 7,843 times in a row. Congratulations. I'm impressed.
Be fair, Aiden. I mean, he's never waited to have a drink in his life.
That's true. That's true.
So I understand why it's a very difficult concept. I also understand, given that he has an issue trying to remember how this conversation has developed.
Oh, you put the link out there, Gangster Goes.
Oh, what I do?
You put the link out there. Please come in here, Claudio. Please. I need. You You know. I just need a verbal punching bag is what I need, quite frankly. So I really would appreciate it.
But you know that just saying that, if he now
Yeah,
denies you,
yeah. I know, but
yeah,
it felt
never
good to
show your
say it
belly.
knowing that he was going to do that, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up and actually let you finish the sentence for once in this stream, Deviant. I apologize.
Oh, thank you. No, I was just
And
contemplating
another thing, no,
the
I'm
fact.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you should be so lucky
Oh,
that
he's
I
here.
like Aiden.
Did you say uh-oh? Did you say uh-oh for the reason I thought?
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yes!
Are you in the
Yes. Oh my goodness. Claudio, thank you. Claudio, when a man
Lupin,
is down on his luck,
are you
what
in an
better
airport?
person to talk to than somebody who can only lift themselves up by putting other people down?
Sure.
But I'm still curious. Are you in an airport? It sounds just like an airport where you are, Lupin.
Sounds like the hotel. It sounds like a hotel lobby. That's what I'm gonna put. I'm gonna say Super 8 lobby. The lobby of a Super 8.
I don't really know. Yeah, wait, Super 8, isn't that a gas station?
It's a motel.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the living room because I was watching TV.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yep.
Super 8 lobby has a living room in it. That's pretty up class. Super 8, man. That's pretty nice.
No, maybe if you follow the story for the 7,800th time, I'm not in
Yeah,
the
that's
hotel anymore.
10,000. Couldn't remember the last two numbers. Good enough, Lupin.
Yeah, I'm in an apartment, not a hotel anymore.
Oh, I see. He upgraded.
Yeah, it's been like 8 months.
No. Yeah, in hotels.
When are you gonna get to live back in your palatial estate, Claudio?
I don't talk about that with you guys.
What? I'm just trying to ask to make sure that, you're not out of house and home for too long. That's all.
You're the last person that I really need to worry about that, so it's okay. I appreciate your
I
concern,
mean,
though.
you're the one that always said that he wanted to meet me so that you could kick my ass. So I mean, what's the
I
concern?
never said that.
You sure you did?
No, I didn't.
I thought that was
anything,
Dustin.
yeah, maybe Dustin,
I mean,
but no,
they can
you're
be
lucky.
alike in some
You're
way. There's
lucky.
some
I'm a
overlap.
Christian and not as petty as I used to be.
Oh, you were even pettier before than you are now. That's saying something.
Much pettier.
Well,
Wow.
I
So
think I would agree to
accusing
that.
war veterans of murdering innocent children apropos of nothing whatsoever. That's you being
No.
less petty than you were
He
before.
means
I didn't
after
do
that
that. I
point.
didn't do that either.
Yeah, you did. No, you
Yeah,
did.
you did. You did.
I
And you refused
never.
to apologize for it.
Wait, no. I said, wait. What are you talking about? Explain yourself.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, then how could you make a claim
Clarify
that you did or
yourself. What
didn't
are you
do
talking
that?
about?
No, you clearly knew I was talking about something. So what did you think I was talking about before?
No, there's two separate. There's two separate things.
Oh, there's two separate times that you accused a war
No,
veteran of
there's two
murdering
separate
innocent children.
scenarios
I
here.
see.
There's
Oh,
something that
okay.
I
Could you lay
said.
them out?
There is something that I said, but there's something
I
that
see.
Dan said that is more akin to what you're saying right now.
I believe it was something along the lines of Mark having blood on his hands because, a child died, and yeah, he
Yeah,
didn't have anything directly to
I
do
didn't
with
say
that
that he killed.
whatsoever.
I didn't say that he
No, you
killed
said
the
he had blood
kid.
on his hands.
I
You
didn't
said he
say
had
that he
blood on his
killed the kid.
hands.
No, you're talking
Yeah,
about
you
Dan.
said he had
Whenever
blood on his
Dan
hands.
said that Mark killed
You
children in
said
the
your
war,
words were
I
that he
never
had
said
blood on his
anything like
hands.
that.
No,
But
your
I
words
did
were that
say
he
the
had
other.
blood on his
I
hands.
did say something to the effect of what you're saying, but you're misconstruing it like
Oh,
always.
so you didn't say that Mark had blood on his hands because of that incident? Is that what you're
No, I
claiming?
did say. I said that he
Oh,
does
you
have blood
did
on his
say
hands.
that. You did. Okay. So you did actually say the thing
Yeah,
that you're
I did.
denying just a moment ago that you said. Okay.
I did, but
I'm glad that we have that established.
you're misconstruing some of the facts.
Oh, really? What am I
I never
misconstruing?
said I never said that Mark killed any kids though.
Yeah. When you say someone has blood on their hands after somebody dies, that means that they didn't kill that person.
No,
No,
it
that's
means that
true.
they can have a part in it, whether it's a small
Oh,
intention.
yeah. Okay, so they didn't directly actually do the killing; they were just party to the killing, which is actually to say that they did
Right,
kill
like
that
they,
person. Right. So
right,
it's just
like
like it's just kind of like a
there's a
runaround, slippery, weaselly way of saying the exact same thing, just kind of like in a slightly different way. So I'm glad that we have
okay,
that established at this point, Claudio.
okay, good. I'm glad everything's established.
Hey, do you want to do the same review that you did yesterday on your show? Now that I'm actually like here to support my side, rather than you just kind of like talking a whole bunch of
No,
crap while I'm not there to defend myself. Oh, why not? Why not?
you had the
Why wouldn't
opportunity.
you want to do that?
You could have joined.
Yeah, you would
Maybe
have
he
let me
couldn't.
in.
Maybe he
I would have
worked.
let you in.
No, you wouldn't have.
The only person that is not, I would have kicked you out whenever I felt like kicking you out, but I would have let you in though.
That sounds like a
Were
good time.
were,
That sounds like a
were
good time.
you
That sounds like
invited,
a really
Aiden?
fair environment. No, I wasn't invited. No.
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 I
Why
didn't
would
really,
he
I
let me?
didn't see you in the
Why
chat.
would he take the time to let me know about him talking all this crap about me when I wasn't around?
I
That's
didn't even see you in the chat until Missing Mod said something, and I had to look
right,
you
because
up.
you had me blocked, but you would have
I have
totally
you
let me on
blocked
the
on
show, right,
Restream.
Claudio?
Apparently, I don't even
Right.
know how I block people on Restream.
So if you have me blocked on Restream, how exactly could have I joined the show, Claudio?
No, like your comments are blocked. You
Yeah,
dumbass.
that means I can't join the show, you stupid shit.
No,
How do you
you
think
could
I can
still, you
join
could
the
still,
show if
you
you have
could.
me blocked on Restream, you
Wow,
fucking
Aiden, how
dotard?
long have you been doing this and not understand how it works?
I mean, how long have you been alive for? Because that's about how long you've been doing it and not understanding how it works. So I'm pretty sure you win in that category, genius.
Womp womp, that joke failed. Anyway,
No,
I don't know. Deviant found it funny.
Deviant finds everything funny.
Yeah, everybody that you don't immediately support just finds everything funny. That's true. That's
Yeah,
true. Missy Mod finds everything funny. Deviant finds
she
everything
does. She
funny.
admits it.
You know who doesn't find anything you say funny? Terry. That's kind of funny, isn't it?
Okay, good for her.
You gonna try to take her out for another round at Chipotle, or are you afraid that she's gonna shoot you down again?
No, I asked her if she wanted to go to McDonald's whenever Donald Trump was serving French fries, and she
Oh
said
wow.
she'd be down.
Oh, why would you do that to someone?
Well, people have
Look, it's
different.
his best attempt at flirting.
I
All
know.
right, give him credit.
I know. It's
Different
If you
strokes
ask
for
a
different folks, Deviant.
if you ask a 3-year-old to paint the Mona Lisa, it's not like they're gonna create an exact rendition, right? They're doing their best.
To be honest, it would probably look better than the Mona Lisa.
I
Probably more.
get it, and I know people have.
Sorry, we were trying to let Lupin try to get a thought through the molasses that is his brain. Sorry, could you get that one through, buddy?
No, I'm just gonna leave. I already find this conversation boring.
Okay, bye.
I get that
Goodbye.
people have
Thank
different.
you. You said you'd be my Huckleberry, and you've served the case. You really have made me feel a fair amount better than what I did before. So thank you, Claudio. You've actually done a service to mankind for once in your life. So I guess there is indeed a first time for everything.
That is my Christian duty. Goodbye.
You said duty. What a piss, man.
Well, is he? Oh, nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, I just wanted to verbally kick Claudio around like a can on the street for a couple of minutes, and that's kind of what I ended up doing.
This show
So
is the haunted hood. So you're in the hood now.
I love how Claudio said you misconstrue the facts, and I'm like, okay, how am I misconstruing the facts? And he's just shut up. He didn't have anything to say when he's like, what facts am I misconstruing, Claudio? Never gets around to those though, does he? Kind of like how he never actually got around to refuting my scriptural discussion with him the other day on Matthew. He basically pulled up some AI article that made his argument for him. And it wasn't even an argument. All that it said on there was just, this group of people believes in this group of people believes in that. And he like says this to me as though it's like a refutation of one of those positions. It's like, no. It's not how argumentation works.
No, but you have to understand that he, just like all of the PGs, they have their quote unquote knowledge, and those are big quotes I'm making there, about how a discussion or a conversation even works from Hovind. So you have to treat them like, you have to have the consideration as you would with a child.
I told you, it's like a 3-year-old. You ask them to make the Mona Lisa, they're gonna do their best.
Yeah.
I love what he was saying. He's like, I bet you they make something that looks better than belch than the Mona Lisa. It's like, yeah, I'm sure, Lupus. What a hot take. The Mona Lisa isn't a good painting. I've never heard that one before. I've never heard that one. Why don't you make something that's better than the Mona Lisa, Loop?
I would like to put the Mona Lisa and 2 other paintings in front of him and ask which one is the Mona Lisa.
That's a good... for 95% of the population deviant outcast, I would have said to you, that's really uncharitable. If people are going to know what the Mona Lisa is. But for fucking Claudio, no. No.
Yes. What if, is it true that you're the real life modern day Mona Lisa?
That I am?
Yeah.
I
heart of
don't.
gold.
Oh. Thank you, Logan. That's so sweet.
Deviant is a lovely woman.
Thank you.
And us. Oh, how's the kiddo?
He's good. He's really good. He's sleeping now.
Oh, did he get his teddy bear and his blankie and
Deviant always makes sure that he has those. Don't worry.
Yeah. And I pet his head and I say, "You're a very good little boy."
Oh, that's oh. Yeah. We like to see a boxing match between Aiden versus Lupin. Lupin Tupin, he will take a poopin.
I've told him before, it's like fighting Brett Keane. Okay? If you fight Brett Keane and he gets one like giant thunderous like Dorn punching manatee blow out there right at the very beginning and he lands it, he might just get me down right then and there. But if he misses, it's over. It's just done. Because they have no stamina after that whatsoever.
Aiden, what would you do if you met Venom Fang X?
Venom Fang X?
Yeah.
I really wouldn't know what to talk about, considering the last thing I heard from him was about the time I was in high school.
Yeah. He's on Facebook, but I'm not sure he ever goes on there anymore.
Actually, it would have been more like middle school, actually. Holy crap.
He had a little part, here was a little clip of him in the documentary.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and the whole Free Kent stuff. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, you could say he's one of the.
He got like 3 or 4. He got like 3 or 4 online YouTubers like during the Free Kent Hovind movement. While they were saying like, yeah, Free Kent, and they tried to like make it into a national movement, which is funny because like on one hand they tried to say, oh, everybody was out there doing it, and he like cites a few examples of people doing it, and then later in the documentary he's like, all of the pro Kent Hovind stuff was scrubbed off of the internet brutally. It was all gone. It was all erased. And it's like, well, then how did you find these random chuds being like, yeah, we did Free Kent Hovind, yeah, that's right. How'd you find those, Steven? I thought they were all gone.
Say, what are we talking about? I just saw that poor BBM seems to be way more into BDSM than we currently thought.
Oh, no.
Because he went on Jim Bob's channel for an hour.
An hour. Oh my god. Jim Bob, I've never been on there. Do you guys want to cover me going on there?
If we want to cover you?
Yeah. Maybe I'll just go on there.
Put a blanket over you?
Yeah.
But yesterday
Of
Brett
course we would.
said Hofen called him, wanted to do another slander fest about me.
Yeah, that's true, Mark. I don't think Brett's legit. Brett's just trying to stir up view. He knows that your name and Kent's name get views. And a lot of people know about Mark Stody and Kent Hoven's dealings with each other at this point. So he knows that that's going to get attention.
Yeah, I can't really see why would Kent go to Brett Keane?
There's no incentive to.
No.
Brett hasn't even really been all that public on YouTube lately at all. He's mostly cloistered to himself and not really done anything on YouTube from what I can see. So yeah, I can't imagine Kent Hoven just out of the blue went, I should talk to some random flabby-ass manatee that hasn't gotten out of bed in 7 years. That's who I should talk to.
Kent knows that he already have a channel where he can do that. So Kent, Brett is no longer his go-to guy for the slander fests.
Yeah, it's either Donnie's channel, or if Donnie isn't willing to have it, then it's the Prolapse Boys.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody watches Brett anymore, Big Bad Mama says. And I get that impression too. Not that I'm not subscribed to his channel. I never watch his channel. I never go there. But there are also reasons for that.
Every single Brett Keane video ever made is basically just, hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is Brett Keane, and here I'm going to tell you why all the atheists are responsible for ruining my life and why I've never done a single thing wrong ever.
Oh, you serious?
It's basically a summarization. Yeah, at least all of his recent videos. He hasn't done any, he hasn't stirred the drama pod. Maybe this is Brett's latest attempt to stir the drama pod. Maybe he's trying to get Mark to make a response, being like, "Yeah, Brett, what do you want to do?"
Oh.
Maybe he's trying to stir something up. If so, Mark, can you please engage with Brett Keane on this? I know that it's going to be taxing on your mental health. And I know that you'd really have better things to do in life than engage with a fat, blubbery loser that nobody's cared about since I was in middle school. But Mark, people would start caring about him again, and it would really mean a lot to me because this guy hasn't done anything interesting in so long. Please, Mark, it could be a late birthday gift to me.
Oh. He just turned 18.
It's true. And he didn't even send me... You know what AJ sent me, Mark? He sent me The Art and Soul of Dune, which is a awesome totality of the filming of part 1 and 2 of the Dune movie. Very nice art book. A real coffee table piece, if ever there was one. And what did you send me, Mark?
Hey. He sent you his friendship.
Oh.
Yeah,
that ain't buying very much around these parts here, D.
Oh, what if you fall into another dimension where you and AJ are married?
I wouldn't put it past Hoven to call up Brett on a whim to diss me. I mean, I just don't see Brett being the one for it, though. Because Brett, much like Steven, has kind of proved himself to be an unreliable source with Kent. He's even worse than Steven. Steven only flipped on Kent once. Whereas Brett just flip-flopped back and forth for months on end. If Kent is talking to Brett and treating him at all like a reliable source, then he's even dumber than I thought he was.
But what would you do, Aiden, if you fall into that dimension?
Into which dimension?
Where
Where
you're
you
married. Okay.
where you and AJ are married.
Yeah.
I would go and marry Brianna again.
Oh. What if you all three were married?
Then I would divorce AJ.
Why? AJ, you'd be a happy couple.
I'm alright. AJ's a good friend. AJ's a good friend. But sorry, AJ, I don't swing that way, homie. You know what I'm saying?
I just joking with you, Aiden. But what if you had another dimension where you're married to Brianna and she's had a twin sister and you're both married all three?
Brianna does have a twin sister.
She does.
Yeah, she does. It's not an identical twin sister, but she does have a twin sister, and we are not, in fact, married.
Oh, is it weird that I have a niece named Brianna? I also have a niece named Kenzie. I also have a niece as sister named Tammy. What? You all have the same name as people I'm related to. What is it?
That is kind of a
Lupin.
weird coincidence.
Lupin, can you get back in here, buddy? I'm starting to feel bad again. My emotions are starting to catch up with me again. I need something to distract me for another good 20 minutes. Come on. Come on. Part 2. We had it so good last time. Come on, man.
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
You know what frustrates me? You know what? You know what frustrates me? Every time I really get on a roll with Lupin, every time I really get at a good cadence of just roasting him on the pyre, he always leaves right then and there. It's always like it's like if the guy in the Who's on First routine just walked out halfway through the routine. Who'd care about it then? Nobody cares. You have to stick with it. Come on, take your lumps like a man.
Would you, if you met Brett Lupin, would you give him a spanking?
No.
Everybody, get a hold of your
I can
wallet.
firmly, I can very definitively tell you right now, no.
Oh, what are you gonna say?
Grab your wallets. That Robin Banks is here with twin pistols.
Oh crap!
Goodness.
The Cart Man.
Are those registered pistols?
No, they're from Canada.
Oh right, yeah. No, that rampant.
You guys are shipping your guns
rampant gun manufacturing in Canada. You're right.
Right, Canadian bacon, eh?
Like that rampant crossbow crime that's going on in Sweden. You know, it's just out of control.
Aiden, I've got a question for you. What did you get marked for his
There's
birthday?
too many people shooting the crossbow.
No Swedish meatball cook. What did you get marked for his birthday?
Would I get marked for his birthday?
I asked you first.
I saluted him and his service to your country.
And he did the same to you twice with both hands. So he got you one.
No, I'm pretty sure he did one particular kind of salute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, read between the lines salute. Since I can't say the potty word. From now on, every time I say Aiden, it's a cuss word.
No, I've given up on that. Everyone can say whatever the hell they want. I don't care anymore. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I care if Gangster cares, and I know he does.
No, you don't, Azzo. That's the thing. You don't care. I don't care anymore.
If you shut the fudge up.
No.
That was not a cuss word, freaking.
I'm in a mood.
I said I'm going to try not to cuss as much in Gangsters.
You want to stand in front of the freight train that is my mood right now? Go ahead and be my guest. You'll be like a penny that's ran over on the tracks. We'll see how you're looking.
Like a Yugo trying to run me over. I've been married 2.5 times. I ain't scared of shees.
How can you have been married 2.5?
I don't count the
last. How are you half married?
We knew we wouldn't last.
He tied his last wife to a railroad track.
That's the only reason. It saved her life because she had like a couple weeks after we got married and she was on my insurance. She ended up having pulmonary embolisms, hours away from dying, literally. Well, after I thought about it, I was really pissed at myself because it's like I've got life insurance on her, so for me, it's a win-win. Needless to say, I didn't get to cash in on it.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to work hard to come up with a joke that good as a.
It's called experience, young Jedi.
It's called something, that's for sure.
Hey, Aiden, in my world, you're a genius, so take it for what it's worth.
If I'm a genius in your world, then I guess our world is like that Idiocracy movie.
More like Liar, Liar.
That is a very good movie.
Idiocracy, yeah, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
What about Liar, Liar? Your pants is on fire. With a tie.
That one's also a pretty good movie. That one's pretty good. I like Josh's.
Yeah.
I like Josh's recounting of that movie. It was pretty entertaining.
How can you share?
No, I can't do Josh's. I can't do an impersonation of Josh because to me, Josh sounds like a wizened old like Plains chieftain from like 1645 and recounting the tales of his ancestors. And I can't.
Josh music.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
That's what he sounds like, and I can't recount that accent because that'd be racist, deviant. So no, to answer your question, I will not do the racist thing that you asked me to do.
I didn't say that you should do
No.
his accent.
I'm not gonna bow to peer pressure, deviant. All right, I know what you're doing here.
Come on, Aiden. Just one toke. Just one toke.
No.
Just
I
a
did
sip.
not. And hey,
Aiden so badly wants an argument right now. I kind of feel sorry for him.
I did not inhale.
Aiden's so filled up with emotions. Let's put it that way.
They're happy and they're good and they're at peace
and calm
with everything. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Yes, of course. Don't poke the crazy. Don't poke the crazy. Got to remember that. Don't poke the crazy, deviant.
Yeah, don't throw a rock either in a crazy house. She'll hit 4 or 5 crazy people.
For Afghanistan over a rock.
Say what?
Yeah, because you said a rock and I said Iraq like the country.
I didn't know rocks had ears.
Yeah, rock.
Why did they pull a Evander Holyfield on Dwayne Johnson?
Well, no, because it's Iraq and not Iraq. Unless you're talking about wax, Iraq, it's your accent, Canadian accent.
Yeah.
It's Iraq.
Oh, we're going to war over earwax. Let's go, boys.
No, it's Iraq.
Iraq. Pebbles.
Iraq.
Man, you know who's dumb? You know who's dumb? That Azo guy. Am I right?
You're right. What the heck is stay strapped or get clapped? So what is it? You either choose to carry a gun or get an STD? Is that what you're saying, Christian Karp?
No, I think it says you either are strapped down in a mental institution or you get
clapped. What's a clap? I think what he said is stay, because he's talking about guns. I think what he meant to say was stay strapped or get clipped.
Gangster Ghost, could you please have an argument with me? Please, Gangster Ghost, could you have, please, just a little one. Just a little one. I'm not gonna be mean. You know I'm not gonna be mean. Someone
talking about.
Gangster, say a potty word. That'll get him in a fight.
Talk about.
Yeah, let me see you correct him when he says poop.
Lupin gave me my first hit for free, and now I'm hooked. I don't know what to do.
Okay, Aiden, didn't you go on the on Richard's channel today? Wasn't that today? You had your review?
Oh, right. I was supposed to do that.
But
I had my job interview that I got ghosted for, so I didn't do that today.
You should sue
them. I do think I'm going to do it tomorrow.
Oh. Sorry, everyone.
What? He's going to shut it down after 5
hours. It's at 5 hours. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Gangster Green or...
I need to talk to Ron. I need to ask
Okay.
you.
Alrighty, you're fine.
Bye, everybody. Sorry, Miss Outcast.
No, it's that's okay. It's 5 hours.
Really? Yes, gangster. An
Yeah.
hour would have been fine. It's whatever you
Yes.
feel like doing. It's not. You're doing
I'm
us
just-
a favor.
I'm just happy to have had the opportunity to spend this time with you.
Oh, thank you for coming.
And that she's already grazed, so she's got 2 things taken care of tonight. Although she might have to graze her in about 20 minutes. It has been like a half hour since she's eaten.
Eat food, Miss Outcast.
What did you say, Gangster
Eat
Ghost?
food to make sure you're healthy.
Yes.
Eat your broccoli and the carrot. Yeah.
Yes.
If you don't eat urine food, hemoglobin gets down in the bloodstream.
So takes care of me very well.
He's a good guy.
He
Heart
is.
of gold,
He
just
truly
like
is. Oh,
Oh,
thank
no.